ඉතින් මම දන්නවා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මයින්ඩ්සෙට් කොහොමද කියලා. එහෙම නිකන් එක්සෑම් පාස් කරලා හරි ඩිග්‍රී කරලා හරි ආවයි කියලා එහෙම ජොබ් හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. ජොබ් දෙන්නෙත් නැහැ, තියාගන්නෙත් නැහැ, ඉන්නත් බෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේක ඊට වඩා ඩිෆරන්ට්. හරිද? මේක වාගේ growth එකම තමයි හදා ගන්න ඕන. ඒකෙන්ද ඒක මේ මහන්සි වෙලා හදා ගන්න. ඒකට එනර්ජි එක දෙන්න. ඒක එනර්ජි එක දීලා තමයි ඒක හදා ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකට එකපාරක් බැයි නම් 10 පාරක් try කරන්න. හරිද? ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් එක ටික ටික හදා ගන්න. ඒකට ඕන කරන background facilities ඔක්කොම ටික මම ඕගොල්ලෝ දීලා තියෙනවා. recordings පවා දීලා තියෙනවා. voice path එකෙන් ඕගොල්ලෝ recordings ටික දෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අපි theories ටිකට අමතරව past paper classification එක මම ඕගොල්ලන්ට දීලා තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ආපහු question bank ටිකක් වෙනම යනවා model ඒවා. ඊට පස්සේ 25 ILට දැන් මේ වෙනකොට syllabus ඉවරයි. හරි. syllabus එක ඉවරයි. ඒතර දැන් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ full papers යනවා. full papers practice යනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ හම්බුනාන් පස්සේ අහන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ මුල් හරි ඉන්දියේ කොහොමද? මෙහි ක්ලාස් එකට එනකොට මුලදී කොහොමද? ඔය වගේ තමයි සමානක් කාට ඔයිට හපන්. හැබැයි ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ලොකු උනන්දුවක් තිබ්බා. ඒක කියනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ සෑහෙන උනන්දුයි. ඒගොල්ලෝ යාළුවෝ එකතු වෙලා තැන් තැන් වල පාඩම් කරනවා. සමානකට අවිස්සාවෙල්ලේ ඉන්නවා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ යාළු සෙට් එක එහෙ පාඩම් කරනවා. නයිට් ගහනවා. නුගේගොඩ ඉන්නවා නුගේගොඩ නයිට් ගහනවා. එහෙම පාඩම් කරලා තමයි ඇදගත්තේ මේ ලෙවල් එකට ආවේ. එහෙම තමයි මේක grow වෙන්නේ. එහෙම නැතුව නිකන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ හිතන් ඉන්නවනම් මේක නිකන් ටක් ගාලා තීරලා නිකන් අර මේ එහෙම effort එකක් නැතුව ටක් ගාලා වෙන එක එහෙම එකපාර වෙන එකක් කියලා I don't think so. Never gonna happen. හරි. එහෙම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් කල්පනා කරලා බලන්න එහෙම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔයගේ brain එක develop වෙන්නේ නැහැ එහෙම. brain එක develop වෙන්න නම් thinking කියන එක අනිවාර්යෙන් ඕන. That's one of the major things. හිතන්න ඕන. ඒ හිතන එක somewhat maybe a little bit of a pressure. හැබැයි ඒ ප්‍රෙෂර් එක නැතුවට growth එකක් නම් නැහැ. හරි. ඒ growth එක හදාගන්න ඉගෙන ගන්නවා කියන්නේ ඒකට හරිද? That is learning. ඒක හදාගන්න ඕන. හරිද? ඒක අර picnic level එකේ මේ sweet and soft mindset එකේ ඒක කරන්න බෑ. අනී මට තේරෙන්නේ එහෙම ඉන්න එපා. You try it. You try it at least like 10 times you try it until you improve it, and you can ask the questions, you can ask the theories. That doesn't matter. හැබැයි ඒ growth එක ඔයා තනියෙන් ඔයාගේ practice එකෙන් හදා ගන්න ඕන එක. හරි. ඒක හදා ගන්න උනන්දු වෙන්න. අපි ඒක පොඩ measure කරගෙන යන්න. හරි. exams වලින් අපිට ඒක measure කරගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ exam කියලා මම ලේසි වණන් දෙන්නේ. ලේසි ප්‍රශ්න. You just check one of the මේ දැන් මට මේ ඊයේ හම්බුණා ආනන්දේ මේ term test paper එක. ඒකේ physics ගණන් ටික බලන්නකො තියෙන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ past papers වල තියෙන physics ගණන් ටික බලන්නකො. past papers වල තියෙන අර මේ force වල past paper ගණන් හැදුවද? අර ඉනිමගේ ගණනක් එහෙම තියෙනවා. නේ? ඒතර ඒක ලේසිද? ඒක නිකන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ මොකක් හරි පොඩි ගණන් දෙක තුනක් හදලා හදන්න පුළුවන් එකක්ද? බලන්න ඒව හදන්න පුළුවන් level එකේ standard එකේ ඒවද කියලා. ඒ වගේම එකක් ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් modify කරලා ආනන්ද දීලා තිබ්බා. ඒතර ඒ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එකට සෙට් වෙනවා මිසක් මේ හොරතල් ඒවට නම් ලෑස්ති වෙන්න එපා. ඒක එහෙම හරියන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම කරන්නත් බෑ. තේරුමක් නැහැ. හරිද? You have to bring your standards up. ඒකට මහන්සි වෙන්න. හරිද? එහෙම තමයි මේ කියන්නේ. right. තාම link එක නැහැ. Right, now come to the tute. Listen, when two of the forces, හරිද මම මේකේ මැදදී theories කියනවා මේ questions එකින් එක theories යනේව note කරගන්න. හරිද? ඒක practice කරන්න හැමතිස්සෙම මොනවා හරි theory එකක් අම්මෙච්ච ගමන් ඔයා දන්නේ නැති අලුත් කෑල්ල නම් take a note. Write something. හරිද? ඒක තමයි actively කරන දේ. ඔයා මොකක් හරි එකක් අලුතින් දැනගත්ත ගමන් ටක් ගාලා note එකක් දාගන්න. පොඩි එකක් දාගන්න. හරිද? Hari, bala. When two forces 4 newtons and 6 newtons act on an object, the magnitude of the resultant force cannot be, right? The magnitude of the resultant force cannot be කියන එක තමයි අහන්නේ. හරි. ඕක තියෙනවා theory එකේ. theory පොතේ තියෙනවා I think either the first or second page. Must be there. හරිද? ඒකේ තියෙනවා මොකද්ද? Maximum of resultant is the addition of two of the forces, and the minimum of the resultant should be the difference, right, or the deduction. ඒ කියන්නේ let's think like මෙන්න මේ වගේ forces දෙකක් තියෙනවායි කියලා 7 and 4. හරි. Now they are acting oppositely. හරි. When the two of the forces are acting oppositely, that will be the minimum of it. හරි. ඊට පස්සේ මේක පොඩ වැඩි කරනකොට මෙයාගේ resultant force එක මොකද වෙන්නේ? It will be what's happening there? Increasing නේ? Increase වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මෙහෙම කරන්න මොකද වෙන්නේ? Increase වෙනවා. I mean like මේ force එක උඩට ගන්න the resultant will be increasing. And when it comes to the like in the same side or when the two of the forces are overlapped and acting towards the same direction, that is the maximum that it can happen, right? And the maximum is the addition of the two of the forces. So the minimum will be what? The difference of two of the forces. And the maximum will be what? The addition of the two of the forces. Do you understand this? Yes. So the minimum of the two of the forces is 3, and the maximum of the two of the forces is 11, right? So the resultant always supposed to be in between two of the forces, isn't it? Do you understand that? The resultant should be always in between these two of the forces, between 3 and 11, the minimum and maximum. That's all, right? So now check this. So what does the question say? The resultant force cannot be, right, of 4 and 6. So what is the maximum here? 6 plus 4 is 10, and 6 minus 2 is 2. So the resultant should be between 2 and 10. So check something is not 2 and 10, not between 2 and 10. What is not between 2 and 10? 12. Understood it? Yes. The answer is 5. Hands up those who have answered it correct. Correct. Nice. Good. Right. So you understood it now? Yes. So the second question. Now these questions are easy, right? And don't accept these kind of questions to come for your A-level paper, right? This is only for the practice of the basic theories, right? So as shown in the figure, if there's 3 forces, 20 newtons, 5 newtons and 10 newtons act on an object of mass 5 kilograms, the acceleration of the object will be. So how do you find the acceleration of the object? Who decides the acceleration of the object? The resultant force decides. Resultant force and what? What else? Resultant force and mass. Nice, right? So you have to put sigma F equals ME. Now the sigma F is the resultant force. When two of the forces are acting towards the same direction, either parallelly or in the same line, it should be added, right? And when the other forces are acting oppositely, it should be deducted. So these two forces are adding together, this is deducting. So 25 minus 10 is 15 newtons is the resultant force. The mass is what? 5 kilograms. You have to find the acceleration, and that will be how much? 3 ms minus 2, isn't it? So the answer is what? First answer, right? The first answer. Akif Ahmad is joining, bro. You bad with this? Akif is good with force, right? Right, come to the next question, third question. If 3 forces of 20 newtons, 5 newtons and 10 newtons act on an object of mass 2.5 as shown in the figure, what is the acceleration of the object? Do you see, like, all the forces are same, isn't it? Like, don't, like, You don't have to apply the formulas all the time. Use your brain. That is the first thing, right? Use your brain. Now all the forces are same. Only the what has changed? Mass has changed, isn't it? So when the mass is half, the force should become, the acceleration should become double, isn't it? You should, like, when you do the questions, you have to understand how the components of each other working, right? When the mass is half, the acceleration is supposed to be doubled. You have to understand it, first thing. That you have to understand by doing questions. You question එකක් කරලා answer එකක් ගත්තාම එතනින් නතර වෙන්න එපා. You have to think something, think something beyond. That is how it works. So when you half the mass, the acceleration is supposed to be twice, right? So the acceleration is how much now? 6. Right? Right. An apple falls from a tree. If a force of 1 Newton acts on it, then its mass. So usually the weight, like the force acting on a mass due to the gravitational acceleration is its weight, right? So here it's the same. An apple falls from a tree. If a force of 1 Newton acts on it, its mass. Now this 1 Newton should be its weight, isn't it? So weight is mass into gravitational acceleration, right? So the weight should be mass should be weight divided by 10, isn't it? F equals me. Now the F is 1 Newtons. They are asking for the mass. Acceleration is gravitational acceleration, isn't it? So the mass is how much? 0.1 kilogram, right? 0.1 kilogram. Hands up those who got the correct answer. Yes. These are easy things. Like better things are coming up. Not yet. Now like මෙන්න මේවා තමයි මේ basic questions. හරි. කියන්නේ මේවා දෙන්නේ practice questions. දැන් මේ ටිකක් කළා මේ force පුළුවන් physics පුළුවන් කියලා හිතන් ඉන්නවා නම් that's a joke. Right? You have to think beyond it. මේක මෙහෙමයි තියෙන්නේ. මේ practice questions කළා මේ වගේ ගොඩක් එකතු කරලා තමයි අන්තිම ඒවා එන්නේ. ඒකයි මම අර මේ workbook එකේ order එකක් හදලා තිබ්බේ. workbook එකේ order එක හදලා තිබ්බේ මුල් ටිකේ practice questions. ඒ කියන්නේ basic theory වල basic questions වල පොඩි කෑලි. ඒ ටික ඇඩ් වෙලා අන්තිම හරියට එනකොට අමාරු ප්‍රශ්න එනවා. දැන් මුල් ටික එන ආතල් එකේ හදනවා. හැබැයි අර අන්තිම ටිකට එනකොට මොකද? හදාගන්න බෑ. ඇයි ඒක අර එකට එකතු කරලා හිතන්න brain capacity එක ඕන. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි තුමු අපි කීපයක් දන්නවා. වැඩ කීපයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කීපෙම එකට අරගෙන එකට වැඩ කරන එක ඒක brain එකෙන් කරන්න ඕන. අන්නේ capacity එක හදා ගන්න ඕන. ඒක හදා ගන්න you have to try it. Put some effort and you will somehow get there. හැබැයි ඒකට යන time එක සමහරට වැඩි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ time එක දෙන්නේ ඒකයි සමහරු පැය 10 පාඩම් කරනවානේ 12 පාඩම් කරනවා. සමහරු පැය 15 18 පාඩම් කරන අය ඉන්නවා. If the 20-25 people are here, they are only the archivists here. They supposed to because they don't have much of a time, right? So they supposed to. They are not. It's a different case, right? Which of the following object of mass m has the greatest acceleration? How do you find the greatest acceleration? Now tell me, like with the theory, use your brain. How do you find the greatest acceleration? Two things supposed to be there, but force has to be more, mass has to be less, isn't it? So find something with the highest force and the lowest mass. Simple, right? You don't have to simplify each and everything. You don't have to do any formulations or anything. No. Think of the highest mass and the lowest, highest force and the lowest mass. So what is the highest mass here? Highest force here? 200, right? And all the masses are same. So you just only have to think about the force. That is 200, right? So this. Fourth answer. Right. Sixth question, the magnitude of the resultant of the two forces 12 newtons and 9 newtons acting perpendicular to each other as shown in the figure below, and the directions of the resultant are, right? So now tell me, how do you find the the resultant of two of the forces when they are acting perpendicular to each other. What is the formula? Yes, r square equals p square plus q square, right? So r square equals p square plus q square, right? This is like Pythagoras, right? Simply it's Pythagoras. So now if you have given two of the forces perpendicularly, just if it is in a MCQ, you don't have to put the formula, right? So you have force 9 and 12, and this is one of the Pythagoras triplets, right? So this is like the multiplication of 3, 4, 5 triplet. 3 times 3 is 9, 3 times 4 is 12. So the resultant should be how much? 5 times 3, that is 50. You don't even have to use any of a dot of a pen. You can mentally do it. Standard hadagan. So it should be, now if the two of the forces are acting perpendicularly, the resultant force goes from the middle. It goes from the middle like this, and the resultant will be 15 newtons because two of the other forces are 9 and 12, right? 15 newtons. And they are asking for the direction as well. How do you find the direction of a resultant force? What is the direction of a resultant force? Direction of a resultant force is the angle which it makes with the x-axis. If you don't know these things, like, put a note, please. So the direction of a resultant force is what? Yeah, the angle which the resultant force makes with the x-axis. So angle which it makes with the x-axis is this. So this is theta. So how do you find theta? You have to find tan theta, like the slope of a graph. Graph එක slope එක හොයනවා වගේ තමයි tan theta හොයන්න තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට මේකේ tan theta කියලා කියන්නේ this force you can take to the front without changing any of the direction or the size, right? දැන් මම මේකේ direction එකයි size එකයි change කරන්න නැතුව මෙතනට ගන්නවා. හරිද? මේ force එක මම මෙතනට ගන්නවා. I'm not changing the direction or the size, right? So the direction is upward, Newton's is 12, right? So this is a force triangle. Make a force triangle there. අපිට ඕනම 3 of the forces acting in a same point, we can write it as a triangle of forces. හරි. කියන්නේ forces තුනක් එක point එකක act කරනවා නම් ඒ forces තුන අපිට triangle එකකට construct කරන්න පුළුවන්. That's what I did now here. ඒ කියන්නේ මම මෙන්න මේ force එක උස්සලා මෙතනින් තියාගත්තා. You can do it. හරි. එහෙම මෙතනින් මෙතනින් තියනකොට you have to consider the two things. What are the two things? You can't change the magnitude or the size. 12, if it is 12 newtons, it should be 12 newtons when it goes here. So it's 12 newtons. Nothing has changed. And the direction. Direction is upward and still it's upward, right? So I took it here. Now it's a force triangle. When it is a force triangle, the forces are acting same like the triangle acts, like all the trigonometric values and the lengths all will be acting same as the forces. Right? මේකේ trigonometric values තියෙනවානේ. tan theta cos theta. ඒවයි length එකයි ඔක්කොම එක විදියට තමයි act කරන්නේ. හරිද? ඒ කියන්නේ මම මේ triangle එකේ 15 newtons නේ තියෙන්නේ. මම මේක 15 centimeters කියලා අරගෙන. මේක 9 newtons නේ තියෙන්නේ. මම මේක 9 centimeters කියලා අරගෙන. මේක 12 newtons නේ තියෙන්නේ. If I take it 12 centimeters, this is a normal triangle නේ. And this triangle, it actually works the same like the forces. එතකොට මම 9 centimeters වලින් 9 newtons consider කරනවා. 12 centimeters වලින් 12 newtons consider කරනවා. 15 centimeters වලින් 15 newtons consider කරනවා. අපි මේ forces තුන ඇත්තරම තිබ්බොතින් එයා එක් කරන්නේ මේ triangle එකේ තියෙන විදිහටම තමයි. මේවා change කරොතින් අපි හිතමු මම මේකේ angle එක පොඩ්ඩක් මෙහෙම change කරයි කියලා. එතකොට මෙයාගේ length එක වැඩි වෙනව නේද? මෙයාගේ length එකත් වැඩි වෙනවනේ. එතකොට මෙතන force එකකුත් තියෙනවනේ. ඒ වැඩි වෙන length එක අපි හිතමු 16 කියලා. එතකොට ඒක 16 newton වෙනවනේ. මේක වැඩි වුණාම 13 කියන්නකෝ. 13 newtons වෙනවනේ. එතකොට මේක 9 නේ. එතකොට මේ length වගේම ඒ forces තුන ඒ විදිහට තිබ්බත් it will be same. හරි. ඒ triangle එක විදිහටම act කරනවා forces. ඒකයි අපි මේ triangle එකකට හදාගන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට. අපි ඒකට කියනවා triangle of forces. මේකෙන් simplify කරන්න lazy. So, like for now simply remember that if you are given two of the forces perpendicular to each other and you are asked to find the resultant force, you put Pythagoras, which is r square equals p square plus q square. And if you are asked to find the direction of the resultant force, that is the angle which it makes with the resultant force. The angle which it makes with the x-axis. The angle with the resultant force makes with the x-axis is its direction. ඊට පස්සේ අපි ඒක හොයන්නේ tan theta වලින්, right? So tan theta, now tell me what is tan theta of here now? Tan theta equals opposite over adjacent, so that will be 12 over 9. So that's 3 times 4, 3 times 3. Right. So tan theta will be 4 over 3. Right. 4 over 3. So what we do here is we want to find the theta. So I'm going to isolate theta. Now theta should be equals to 4 over 3 tan inverse. Tan inverse, right? I'm isolating the theta here, so that I have to take the tan to the other side. That will be theta equals 4 over 3 tan inverse. හරි. tan inverse එක අපි කරන්නේ simply මේක simplify කරලා අපි අර මේ log book එකේ තියෙනවනේ tangent කියලා. අන්නේ tangent වගේ තමයි මේ value එක ගිහිල්ලා බලන්න. You don't have to do that. You are all getting the calculators, right? The cal එකෙන් ගහලා ටක් ගාලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඒ tan value එහෙම cal එකේ ගහලා හොයන්න ඕගලන්ට paper එකට ඉන්නේ නෑ. Right? There's a limit. So what is the answer here? 15 and tan 4 over 3. Fourth answer. Hands up those who got it correct. What happened to the bros in the front? Yeah. Karada, try karada. Right. Now come to this part. Did you go to the recordings? Post in the YouTube. Yeah, with one more. All? None. They got with the not enough. Measurement to cover. For now, that's okay. Went through all the. Nice. So that what happened? You got so far now okay. Hi. මට චුට්ටක් ඉම්ප්‍රූව්මන්ට් එක බලන්න ඕනේ. ඉම්ප්‍රූව්මන්ට් එක මදි නම් අපි ආපහු මොකක් හරි එකක් කරන්න වෙනවා ඉතින්. හරි. බලමු. Right. But the resultant of the following force system is, now there is a system of forces. So you have to consider two of the axes when the forces are given, which is one of which is like x-axis, the other one is y-axis. So simplify first any of the one axis and then the other axis, then two of the axes together. So first let's simplify the x-axis. That will be 6 newtons, right? So 6 newtons acting towards which direction? Towards the greater force direction, right? Because 8 is greater. So the force is acting that way. So that will be how many newtons? 6 newtons, isn't it? Right. So in the y-axis, it will be 8 acting upwards. And two of the forces are perpendicular, isn't it? When two of the forces are perpendicular, the resultant will give Pythagoras. Nee? So and this is one of the Pythagoras triplets. So what is the Pythagoras triplet here? 6, 8, 10. So the resultant will be 10. So the answer is what? Fifth answer. Fifth answer. Hands up those who got it correct. Done. Nice, nice. Did you all try it at home? The tute, this one? Try kara? For real? No. Then tamai karani. So there's a difference. There has to be a difference. Try karine. Try කරන්න time දුන්නොත් පුතේ පැය 10ක් විතර යනවා මේක ඉවර කරන්න. ඒක මම කිව්වේ ගෙදරට try කරන්න. Don't break things. It's public. Right? හරිද? If you tried this, you'll be improving a lot now because I'm මේක මේ second round එක මේක යන්නේ එතකොට. අපි ක්ලාස් එක එකපාරක් හරි කරා recordings බලුවා නම් එකපාරක් හරි recordings through ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා. ඒක second round යන්නේ. There will be more questions. We'll be discussing in the future. හැබැයි ඒ වෙනකොට ඔයා මේක try කරලා තියෙනවා. That is the first thing, right? Right. 8. If two forces of magnitude 1 Newton and root 3 Newton act perpendicular to each other, the magnitude of the resultant force of those two forces is now 1 and 1 Newton and root 3 are acting perpendicular to each other, aren't they? Right? 1 and root 3 of the Newtons are acting perpendicular to each other. So the square of this one, square of this, adding together, the root of the whole thing gives the answer, right? So I'm going to write it. 1 square plus root 3 and the square of the complete thing, square root. Okay, no? So 1 square is 1, root 3 square will be 3, 3 plus 1 will be 4, 4 root 2 Newtons. Hands up those who got the answer correct. Nice, nice. Whatever. No. ඒක හැදුවේ නේ. හැදුවා. හරි. Done? Finish. Right. Ninth question. Which of the following diagrams correctly show the resultant of the forces 4 Newton and 3 Newton? Right. So this I told you. When the two of the forces are acting perpendicular, there is a way of how the forces are acting. I told you that if two of the forces are like perpendicular like this, the resultant will be going in between two of the forces. Can you remember now? Right. Or else, I told you another way of trying to I told you another way of doing it, and I asked you to remember it. That is, I said like if the force and like the two of the forces are acting head to tail, the resultant should be tail to head, right? There's one way. මෙන්න මෙහෙම හිතන්නකෝ. head මේ තියෙන මෙයාගේ head එකනේ. මේක force එක. මෙයාගේ tail එකනේ මේක. මේ force එකේ tail එක. මෙයාගේ head එක මෙයාගේ tail එකත් එක්ක නම් act කරන්නේ. The resultant will be always tail to head. Easy way of taking it. එහෙම නැත්තම් simple thing that you can do is අර මං කලින් කිව්වා වගේ මේ force එක දැන් මේ result එක නිකන් පස්සේ නෑන්ද මේ force එක මෙන්න මෙතනට අරගෙන ඉන්න පුළුවන් ඔයාට ඕන. එතකොට මේ forces දෙක perpendicular නේ ආපහු. මැද්දෙන් යන්නේ. Gives the same answer. But easy way of doing it, if the two of the forces are acting head to tail, the resultant will be acting tail to head. Right? ඒක මතක තියාගන්න. Put a note if you don't know it, right? If the two of the forces are acting head to tail, the resultant acts tail to head, right? So now 3 of the forces are 3, 4, 5. So the values are fine, right? 3, 4, 5 කියන්නේ triplet එක ගන්න Pythagoras. ඒකෙන්ද ඒක ඇවුලන්නේ. අපි බලන්න ඕන ඩිරෙක්ෂන් එක යන විදිය. බලන්න. මේක හරිද? head to tail, tail to head යනවාද? මේක වැරදි. අපි මුලින් ඉඳන් බලමු. මේ forces දෙක perpendicular. යා යන්න ඕන මේ පැත්තට. යා ඉන්නේ ආපස්සට. මේ forces දෙක perpendicular. ඒක නම් හරිනේ. ඒක හරි. අනිත් ඒවා වැරදිනේ බලන්න දෙයක් නැහැ නේ. බලන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. So answer is 2. Right. මෙන්න මේ theory එක පොඩ්ඩක් ඔළුවේ නිකන් තියාගන්න. If the two of the forces are acting head to tail, the resultant acts from tail to head. It's a simple way of reminding it. Hands up those who got this correct. Correct. Nice. Right. Keshan is online. Keshan put a message. Yeah. Yes, Malchi is there. No, Malchi is not there. Malchi was there. Now she is not. Chamat is there. Malchi is doing fast track. She is right. And yeah. So like here only you two are here, right? And Chamat is joining. Even Chamat is doing fast track. You should decide. The text are coming, but it's not open. Is there anyone in the colleague? අයියා ඉන්නවද? අක්කා දන්නවා. නෑ ටෙස්ට් එකට දාන්නේ. නෑ. ඕගලන්ට මෙහි අනිත් අයට සසිප් එක දෙකට යන්න. අපි මට ෆුල් පේපර් එකක් තියන්න ඕන තියන්න බෑ ඒක. මැසේජ්. මැසේජ්. Yes. ෆෝස් විතරක් නම් දාලා වැඩක් නැහැ. මේ circular motion ඒ ටිකත් දාලා හදන්නන්නේ. circular motion, work, power, energy, physics කියලා ටික දාන්න. ඒ ටික දාලා හදන්න. හරිනම් මුලින් ඉඳන් එන්න ඕන. එතකොට තමයි දැන් මේ වෙනකන් තියෙන growth එක හරියට බලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඔයගොල්ලෝ මැදකදී වගේ set වෙනවා සහ මේගොල්ලෝ මේ fast track කරන හින්දා full එකක් තියන්න අමාරුයි. Physics part ටික so far that we have discussed. ඒ ඔක්කොගෙම දාමු. Still can't see. There's a message already there. Message thing. All are correct. Nice. Right. So come to the next question. 10. When two forces of 12 newtons and 5 newtons act horizontally and vertically on an object, the magnitude of the resultant force is, right? 12 newton and 5 newton acting horizontally and vertical. So the horizontal force is 12, vertical force is 5. The magnitude of the resultant is. So it's again a Pythagoras triplet, isn't it? Yeah. 12, 5, 13, right? 12, 5, 13. So the answer is 30. Right. So the perpendicular forces are over. Now if the two of the forces are acting in an acute angle. Now this is the other part, right? Now when two of the forces are acting in a perpendicular, like when the two of the forces are acting perpendicularly, there is the Pythagoras that you put to find the resultant force. R square equals P square plus Q square. And if two of the forces are acting in an acute angle, like this one, less than 90 degrees, there's another formula to find it. What is the formula here? Yes. What is the formula? R square equals P square plus Q square plus 2PQ cos theta. So the 2PQ cos theta is added additionally, right? So you have to remember the formula, right? So what is the formula? R square equals P square plus Q square plus 2pq cos theta, right? Right. So I have to put the formula here to find the value. So the r square equals p square plus q square plus 2pq cos theta is the formula, right? So now usually this is p, this is q. Could change sometimes. Now tell me the values then. 2 square plus 8 square plus 2 into 2 into 8 cos 60. Now what is the cos 60 value? That is half, right? So this is 2 square is 4, 8 square is 64 plus, we'll simplify this first, 2 into 8 into half, right? So 2 to 2 cancels out. This will be 16, isn't it? Now the whole thing is equal to r square. Now add all together. 64 plus 16 will be now 70. 64 plus 6 is 70. 70 plus 10 is 80. 80 plus 4 is 84. So the r square will be equal to 84, and the r should be equal to the root of the 84. Is the root of the 84 available here? Which one? Fifth answer. So I have to put it in surds. 4 times 21, right? 4 times 21 is what? R. Now R should be equal to the root of 84, right? Root of 84 I can write it as 4 into 21, isn't it? That is 84. One of the square value answer and a non-square value answer. So I'm going to rotate the whole thing. So the square value answer will square root, that will give 2, and the 21 doesn't have a root, so this is 2 root 21, the final answer. Hands up those who got the correct answer. Good. Nice. Huh? Make a simplify kala beluwa. Even that's fine if it doesn't take much of a time. Fine. Usually only the certs comes for the MCQs. Hari. Certs එන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් MCQs වලට විතරයි. essays වලට decimals වලින් තමයි answers තියන්නේ ඉන්නේ. ඒකෙන්ද අවුලක් නැහැ. Even that way is fine. Hari. Right. So the answer is which one is the answer? 5, right? Fifth answer. Right, come to the 12th question. Of two forces of magnitude 8 newtons are shown in the figure, which are inclined at 60 degrees to each other. The magnitude of the resultant force of those two forces, right? The magnitude of the resultant of two of the forces. Right, so that will be again the same formula. R square equals P square plus Q square plus 2PQ cos theta. That will be cos 60 again. So P square is 8 square plus 8 square plus 2 into 8 into 8. Cos 60 will be half. Better we cancel this one out, right? So that is what? 3 times 8 square, isn't it? Yeah, so the R square equals 3 times 8 square, isn't it? Writing it that way is correct, right? 3 times 8 square. Yeah, because it's 3 of the 8 squares. 3 times 8 squares. Answer is 2. Yeah. 2, yes. So taking the root of it, 3 times 8 square, that will be 8 root 3, isn't it? The answer is 2. Hands up those who get it correct. Good, good. Akif, bro, what's up? That's one of the 2025 bros. How's life? So far so good? And you are good at this, right? Force? And where's Rehan and everyone? They like asked me to join. They are not here. Rehan never joins. Questions? The marking scheme. Yeah. I sent it in the morning because like I had so much of work to do. Right, question number 13. A force of 20 newtons act on an object of mass 5 kg as shown in the figure. Where's the figure? The figure is missing, is there? We'll check it. Right. Can you all draw this figure? This will be 20 newtons. Try doing the question fast. Take 1 minute and do the question. Now you have to break into components, right? Hope you know how to break into components. Right, got any answers? What's the answer? You take a component of it, right? Now the object is moving in the horizontal axis, isn't it? So if the object is moving in the horizontal axis, which means like this axis, horizontal axis, a force should be acting in the horizontal direction, isn't it? Do you understand that? If the object is moving in the horizontal axis, that means there has to be a force acting in that direction, otherwise the object can't move that direction. Now the force given is acting like somewhere to the ground, not to the horizontal plane. So if the object still moves, that means there should be a force supporting that direction, that which we call a component of the forces. When the force is acting, there are components that are like we can divide into, right? we can divide these forces into components because there are components acting in a same force. So in this force, there is a component acting in the horizontal plane. That is why this is moving in the horizontal plane. Right? Do you understand that? Though the force is acted towards the ground, there is a component of it acting in the horizontal plane. So how do you simply find the component of a force given and the angle given? There's one simple way. If you are taking the component toward the angle given, that will be the cos theta of the force, right? If you are taking the component towards the angle that is given, that will be a cos theta, right? So the cos theta of this will be what? 20 cos 60. That will be the force acting this direction, which is the component of this. Then in a horizontal plane එකේ යන force එක මොකද්ද? That is the cos theta component of this 20 newtons force. So how much is 20 cos 60? So a force of 20 newtons act on an object of mass 5 kilograms as shown in the figure. Its horizontal and vertical components are respective. Now they are asking for the vertical one as well. So now I took the component towards the angle, which is cos. If I am taking the component away from the angle, that will be sine. So I am taking the sine value now. So that will be away from the angle, which is here. Now tell me the direction of this force. Is it upward or downward? No, because the force here is downward. So the component should be also downward. It's like me breaking like this. If it goes here, the arrow direction is here. If it goes here, the arrow direction is down. So the force is acting downwards, right? So that will be how much? 20 sine 60, right? So that will be 20 into sine 60 root 3 over 2. That is 10 root 3, right? So it's acting downwards. So horizontal and vertical. Horizontal is 10 newtons. 10 newtons to the right, 10 root 3 to the down. 10. Where is the answer? There's another answer down. Yeah, 10 newtons to the right, 10 root 3 to the down. Yes? Take a note if you don't know how to break the components. Now this is a simple way of doing it. There's a basic theory behind it. අපි දැන් basic theory එක ගොඩාක් in deep discuss කරන්න නැති වෙන because the recording is there, go through it, breaking into components. Now simple way of doing is, if you are breaking the force towards the angle, if you are taking the component towards the angle, that will be cos. Away from the angle, that will be sine, and consider the arrow direction as red. Yes, and there are like some few of more details that you have to know. අපි questions එනකොට අපි ඒ ටිකත් consider කරමු. හරි. So you have to take these things gradually. So would be better if you went through the force recordings fully. එටිකට ආයි බලන්න. ආයි බලලා අවුල් තියෙනවා ආයි කියන්න. So try to do it again if you want. Right. අනික දැන් මේක recordings තියෙනවනේ. ඒකත් go through කරන්න. ඊට පස්සේ ඒත් තේරෙන්නේ නැත්නම් just tell it, doesn't matter. We'll try something else. I'll be giving the papers in the future as well, so we'll do something. Answer is 5. Yeah, 5. Good. Done? Yes? Done, correct? Answer is correct? Correct? Halfway correct. The downward. Yeah, you took the upward one. Now you know. No, arrow එක direction එකෙන්ද? Oh, arrow එක direction එක consider කරන්න. If it was upward, it will go upward. Yes? Right. 14th question. An object is moved along a horizontal plane by applying a force of magnitude F to its inclined at 60 degrees to the horizontal. If the horizontal component of the force is 16 newtons, then the magnitude of the force is, can you draw this? What does it say? 14 Newton, an object is moved along a horizontal plane by applying a force of magnitude of F to its inclined at 60 degrees. Alright, so this is the object. Make a horizontal plane again move in. It's moving in the horizontal plane by applying a force of magnitude F to its inclined at 60 degrees. Now this being inclined at 60 degrees, right? Sorry, this is declined, isn't it? The force is going down. If it is to be inclined, it has to go up. That means it's grabbed from here. This is the horizontal plane. Inclined means upward, 60 degrees. And the force is F, isn't it? The force is F. Inclined at 60 degrees to the horizontal. If the horizontal component of the force is 16 newtons. Now the horizontal component is 16 newtons. You have given the horizontal component. They are asking for the magnitude of the force. They are asking for the F. So how do you take it? F cos theta equals what? Can you tell it mentally now? If you have practiced this, you can tell mentally because the 16 is half of the force because it's cos 60. So the F should be double of it. You can take it mentally. You don't have to even simplify or put any of the equations here. Because you know the F cos 60 is half of the force, isn't it? Cos 60 is half. So F cos 60 is half of it. So 16 is half of the force. So the F should be double of it. So it should be 32. You don't even have to simplify it if you have the brain. Take that time. You need that time. Amaru questions එනවනේ. ඒ questions වලට time එක ඉතුරු කරගන්න ඕන. F cos 60 equals 16 newtons and F cos 60 is half. This is equal to 16. F should be double of it, that is 32 newtons. Nice. So the answer is 4. Hands up those who got the correct answer. Good. Halfway. What happened? And where the other people? They're supposed to be more. Keishan had a problem, I know. Other people? Huh? Machika? He likes the balls. More than physics or the A levels. And some more other people were there. Who else were there? Huh? Anusha kawuda Usad? Usad mechchegiri. Who else? Eh? Anuj. He's Anuj. Anuj. So Anuj is not there. I see like very few number of people here. This other guy, is he playing for the A team at least? He's playing to the A team. Or an absent boy? He just playing. Then are cricket ගහන්න ගියා කිව්වද? Badminton? ඒ කියන්නේ national level වලත් එකද? Club matches. Right, come to this question. Listen. 15th question. If the following force system, a force of 3 Newton acts horizontally and a force of 6 Newtons acts horizontally at an angle of 60 degrees as shown in the figure, the value of the horizontal component of the force system is. So, which was your answer? What was your answer? No, tell me your answer. 6. Third answer, right? Rows in the back? 6 newtons. Right. The question has to be changed a little bit because the question is asking for the horizontal. Listen. The question is asking for the horizontal component. So there's a bit of question right? Supposed to ask the horizontal value of the force, not the component, because component is like the fraction of this. That's all you have to consider if you are considering the component, right? So in the following force system, a force of 3 Newton acts horizontally and a force of 6 Newton acts horizontally at an angle of 60 degrees as shown in the figure. The value of the horizontal component of the force system is known. We'll take the force anyways, right? So this will be 6 cos 60, right? So that will be 3 because it's half. 3 plus 3 will be 6. So the answer is, yeah. How about this one? Now the first, මේකේ මේ පැත්තට තියෙන complete value එක අහන්නේ. මේක already 3 newtons තියෙනවනේ. මෙයාගෙන් මෙහෙට component එකක් එනවනේ. That will be 6 cos 60. So the complete force towards that way will be 6 cos 60, which is the component of this, plus the force already there, 3 newtons. 6 cos 60 is, cos 60 is anyway half, so 3 plus 3, 6 newtons, right? The force toward here will be 6 newtons because cos 60 is half into 6 will be 3, 3 plus 3 will be 6 newtons, right? Right, 16th question. A force F is applied on a cart inclined at an angle of theta with the horizontal as shown in the figure. What is the component of force along the direction of motion of the car? Now the motion of the car should be towards the front or the right side, and the component towards that should be F cos theta. So the answer is 2, F cos theta. Now these questions are easier. Yeah, not easy. These are like the basics, like how many steps are there? Just one. Like how many steps there would be in a actual question? At least 2 or 3 steps should be there. So මේ වගේ ඒවා collectively තමයි ඉන්නේ. කියන්නේ අර දැන් කීප එකේ තියෙන knowledge එක collectively තමයි මේ වගේ question එකකට එන්නේ. Ready for that question. අර ඒ collective knowledge එක apply කරගන්න තමයි පුරුදු වෙන්න ඕන. This will be somewhat the basics, right? But basics are needed, right? 17th, an external unbalanced force acting on an object cannot cause external unbalanced force, unbalanced force, no, not a balanced force. An increase in the object's velocity happens? Yes. Decrease in the velocity of the object happens? Yes. Change in moment of the object happens? Yes. Change in the mass of the object. If it is to change the mass of the object, would it change? Like the answer should be that, but would the mass change if the velocity changes? As per the Albert Einstein, yes. What is the equation? E equals mc square. If you can like send any of the mass in the velocity of like in the square of the velocity of light, any of the mass will convert into energy. That is the meaning of this. E equals, you don't have this, but just for the knowledge, mc square. If you can send a mass in the square value of the velocity of the light, mc square. This means mass, you sending it in the velocity the square of the velocity of the light, you are converting this into energy. That means the mass becomes energy. So energy means like the mass completely converts into energy. So if you can run like this, you can go through any of the holes because you don't have a mass, you only have energy. Forget it, it's not important, right? So this doesn't change the mass as per the Newton's physics, right? Now Newton's physics is the physics that we are mostly using, but now the future physics is actually the Albert Einstein's physics, because much of the things are happening now considering the Albert Einstein's laws, like the law of relativity. Right? Now it's a law. Before it was a theory of relativity, now it's a law of relativity because it has already proven. Or a space-time curve ගැන චුට්ටක් කියවන්න, because you are going to be relating to those things. Who knows, maybe in the future. Engineering side එකට යන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ physics වලින් masters කරලා සමහරකට doctorate එකක් ඒ පැත්තෙන් යන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේදී ඔය relativity theory එක තමයි දැන් ගොඩාක් ඉස්සරහ දැන් physicistලා වැඩිපුර කතා කරන relativity theory එක ගැන. ඒකෙන් අලුත් දේවල් ඉස්සරහට එයි. Right. Is not a unit of moment. Now what is the moment? Mass into velocity. So P equals mass into velocity, right? So usually the basic unit should be kilogram into ms minus 1, but it can change, doesn't matter. So kg ms minus 1 is correct. The gram centimeters per second is also correct because gram is in mass, centimeters per second is somewhat the velocity. Newton per meter, that's something fishy there. We'll keep it for now. Check the others. Another Newton into S, Newton second is also there. Now is this correct? Kg cms minus 1, that is correct. Now I have to consider the two of these questions, 5 and 2. What do we do about it? We break it into the fundamental units. We learn it in the first lesson, right? So what is Newtons in fundamental units? Kg ms minus 2. Bro, it's acceleration. Kg ms minus 2, and there is m minus 1 there. That means divide by m, isn't it? M minus 1 means divide by m. So I'm going to divide it by m. Now what happens here? M to m cancels out. So what is left? Kg s minus 2. Is this a unit of moment? No. So the answer should be this. Now shall we check this one as well? Newtons into seconds again. So Newtons is again kg ms minus 2 into s. So what happens, one of the s minus 2 will cancel out, will give a minus 1. So kg ms minus 1. That is correct, right? And what do you do now? If you are a bright case, you will remember this. This is one of the units for the momentum. Bright people will remember this. Now this is wrong. You don't have to remember this. This is wrong, completely wrong. But this is something, right? Newton is, yeah, something to remember. Doesn't mean this will exactly come to the exam, but this is something to remember, right? Rehan joining? No, not yet. Yes, come to the next question, 19th question. A vehicle of mass 1000 kg is traveling along a horizontal road with a speed of 20 meters per second and its speed decreases to 10 meters per second in 5 seconds. When the accelerator is released, the net resistive force acting on the vehicle is. Now what do you see here? There are few of the details you see here and you have to consider them. What are the details you consider here? The mass is given. One of the initial and the final velocity are given, right? And the time is given. And they are telling something about the taking the leg out of the accelerator. So it's decreasing the velocity, which means decelerating. Yeah. And they are asking for the resistive force as well. So anyway, you have to find the force, right? You have to find the force, and what are the factors given? Initial, final velocities, time and mass. Now I have to think of a formula that can apply to find the force using these factors. Think, right? Is there a formula like that? No, there's a formula for that. What is the formula that you use here? Bro, your brain died? What happened? Huh? Oh. No, I'm asking you the formula. Huh? F equals ma is one of the equations, but in that case A isn't given, but the V initial, final and the time is given. Using those you can find the acceleration, but there's a direct formula for that. Huh? Tell. Yeah, that is, yes, that is correct. හැබැයි අපි ඒක ඉගෙන ගත්තේ මොකේදීද? Circular motion එකේදී. මේකට direct formula තියෙන in the tute. Anyone have the theory tute? Go to the theory tute really fast. Now when you have a question, this is what you're supposed to do. Listen, when you have a question like this, yeah, this is what you're supposed to do. You don't know how to answer it. Huh? Let me check that. Can't remember. Is there a formula? Yeah, so there's a formula, right? So use it. So when you have a question, what you do first is you go to the theory note and you check if there's anything that you can put there, any detail that it gives, right? You have to do it repeatedly so you understand it. So what is the formula there in the theory tute? Yes, that is Newton's which law? Second law, which says the rate of change of momentum is equal to the force acting on it. Actually, the Newton said it proportional. The rate of change of momentum is proportional to the force acting on it, and the direction of the change of momentum is the direction of the force, is the Newton's second law. And there is a formula for this. What is the formula there? F equals mv minus mu over t. So you can simply put the formula, right? So tell me the values here now. So 1000 kilograms of a mass, and this is v, right? Final velocity. What is the final velocity? 10 ms minus, I'll write it 10 because we don't have enough space. And again the mass is 1000 and the initial velocity is 20 and the time taken is 5 seconds. So you simplify this one. This is 10,000, this is 20,000, that will be minus 10,000 divided by 5. So that will be how much? Minus 2,000. What does the minus mean? Resistive force, which means the force is acting oppositely to the motion of the vehicle, whatsoever the object that is moving. ඒ කියන්නේ deceleration එකක් වෙන්නේ, resistive force එකක් වෙන්නේ. ඔන්න ඔය points ඔලුවට දා ගන්න ඕනේ. ඔව්. MA දාලා A වලට V minus U over T දැම්මද? Even that's fine. ඒක හරි. That's fine. ගන්න බෑ කියන්නේ පුළුවන්. It is the same. Then make ඔයා if you take the mass out as the common factor, mass එකේ now that is how the F equals MA formula is formed. How? F equals MV minus MU over T. Now if I take the mass out, that will be V minus U over T. What is V minus U over T? Is A. So F equals what? MA. Right? 20th question. A horizontal force of 30 newtons is applied to an object of mass 5 kilograms kept at rest on a smooth horizontal plane for a period of 5 seconds. At the end of the 5 seconds, the velocity attained by the object is. What do you understand here? A horizontal force 30 newtons is applied on an object of mass 5 kilograms kept at rest on a smooth horizontal plane for a period of 5 seconds. At the end of 5 seconds, the velocity attained by the object is. What would you put here? Now, what are the details here? Listen, what are the details here? The acting force is given, yes, and the mass is given, yeah, and it says it's kept at rest, which is what? Kept at rest. Is it a detail? Is it a fact? Yeah, what is the fact there? Huh? Initial velocity is 0. That is the fact. If it is kept at rest, that means the initial velocity is 0, right? Starting it's 0. And they are asking for the final velocity, and the time is also given. What formula would you put? Same, bro. Same formula. Yes. What is the same formula? This one, MV minus MU over T, right? Factors ටිකෙන් හිතන්න ඔයාලට දාන්න පුළුවන් formula එක මොකක්ද කියලා. Right? So the force is 30 newtons. Force is 30 newtons. Mass is 5 kilograms. Yes, 5 kilograms. The final velocity we have to find minus 5 kilogram into initial velocity is 0. Time taken is 5 seconds. You only have to find V, right? So this will be 0. 5 over 5 will be cancelling out. V is 6, 30. The answer is 5. Fifth answer. Yes. F equals MA. Keshan, yes. The people are missing Keshan here. Keshan is somewhat good. Yeah. Come to the 21st question. Two masses 10 kilogram and 1 kilogram attached to a string are separated by a compressed spring as shown in the figure. Now this is a compressed spring and it's cut in the middle and it separates two of the masses. If the 1 kilogram mass thrown with a velocity of 20 ms minus 1, when the string is cut, the correct velocity with which the 10 kilogram mass travels. Now what has happened here? The mass is cut from the middle. So the spring is cut from the middle. The two of the masses are sent like towards the opposite directions, and the one of the velocity of the mass is given. 1 kilogram moves in 20 meters per second. 20 ms minus 1. How much of a velocity would the 10 kilogram move? What do you put here? Now this sort of a question hasn't come yet, right? But a good thing you remember the formula and remember how to put it, right? This is simply what? This is conservation of momentum. Isn't it? Conservation of momentum, right? Because two of the masses are acted with the same force, so their momentum should be equal, right? Two of the masses are acted with the same force. No any other external forces are there, right? So the momentum should be equal. Do you understand this? Let's say you're in this space, like two of you people are in the space, and one is kicked with the, like the, let's say a greater mass and a smaller mass is there, but they are given with the same force, right? Given the same force. Greater mass moves slowly, yes, and the lower mass moves faster, but the momentum are same, because if the same force is acting, the momentum should be same, because the I told you this when you are discussing the circular motion. We discussed the conservation of circular momentum or the angular momentum, that I told you if there is no any external force or a torque is applied, the momentum should be conserved. Yeah. So this is the same thing that happens here. It's the same force applying here because it's cut in the middle. None of the other external forces are there. So the momentum of this object should be equal to the momentum of the other object. None of the questions are there from this part. But remember it and have the proper knowledge. Can be sometime me dana pulu. Margin එකේ තියෙනවා, ගැට්ටේ තියෙනවා. So remember it. Good thing to remember. Because මේ theory එක basic theory එකක්. Basic theory එකක්. So simple equation that I can put is the initial momentum should be equal to the final momentum, right? So like or else the momentum of the two of the masses should be equal because the same force was applied, right? So it says 1 kilogram moved in 20 meters per second. So the 10 kilogram should be moving in v1 velocity. So v1 should be how much? 2 meters per second, isn't it? If you simplify this, it will be 2 meters per second. The answer is 4. Anybody did it? No. You did it? With the knowledge? Just randomly answered it. Just a random answer. Do it how? Like, tell me how do you get the answer? Answer got it wrong. Why? Has to be a reason. Tell something now. If you did something, tell. MV දෙක equal කර. So that is the conservation of momentum. MV දෙක equal වුණා. එකම force එකකින් හින්දා අරයාගේ MV එකයි මෙයාගේ MV එකයි equal වෙනවා. අපි ඔක කතා කරා conservation of momentum එකේදී මම space එකට දෙන්නෙක් වරගෙනද ගියා මතකද? මම කිව්වා පයින් ගහුවාම එකෙක් හිමින් යන්නේ අනිත් එක හයියෙන් යන්නේ කියලා. හැබැයි එකම force එක. නේ? Nice. Right, come to the 22nd question. An object of mass 50 kilogram decelerates. Keshan got the answer. An object of mass 15 kilogram decelerates from a velocity of 60 meters per second to a velocity of 12 meters per second. If it takes 3 seconds, what is the unbalanced force in the object? Do you see it there? What is the formula here? mv minus mu over t, the same formula. Two of the velocities are there, mass is given, the time is also given, same. Do it, tell me the answer. Done? Shall we go to the next? What is the answer? First one? Confirm? Good. So I'm not going to solve it. You already did it. 23rd question. Consider the following statement regarding the force of friction, right? Friction. When the object moves with uniform velocity, there is no friction force. What do you say? When the object moves in the uniform velocity, which means the constant velocity, the velocity doesn't change, no friction. Is that true? False. Why is it false? What happens when the object is moving like in a uniform velocity? How is any of the object is moving uniformly? There has to be either no forces at all or has to be same forces, like the balance forces, right? Yeah. Like what is the law this states? Newton's first law. Yes. What does the Newton's first law say? Yes. Yes. So until any of the unbalanced forces acting on an object, object has to be either stationary or moving in a uniform velocity. That means if the object is moving uniform velocity, the two of the forces should be acting oppositely or like this way, should be equal. Two of the forces should be equal. Then make forces they cancel out. Now what happened? There is no any other forces acting. If I start moving this won't slow down, wouldn't it? Or this won't increase its velocity, would it? Increase කරන velocity එක force එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. එතකොටනේ accelerate වෙන්නේ, increase වෙනවා කියන්නේ accelerate. Unbalanced force එකක් නැහැ. It wouldn't increase the velocity. It wouldn't decrease the velocity as well. Decrease වෙනවා නම් මොකක් වෙන්න ඕනද? Movement එකට oppositely resistive force එකක් තියෙනවා. There is no resistive force. Two of the forces are equal. Two of the forces equal වෙලා තියෙද්දි force එකක් දුන්නොත් this will move uniformly, right? එතකොට එයා a velocity එකේ දිගටම යනවා. That's how you move in a uniform velocity in the vehicle, right? What happens when you are moving in a vehicle in a uniform velocity? The force given by the engine and the friction given by the road is equal. So when the two of the forces are equal, you are moving in a uniform velocity, right? So when you are moving in a uniform velocity, is the friction, the question says there is no friction force. The friction force is there, but the two of the forces are equal. The force given by the engine and the friction force together are equal. So the answer is wrong, right? It's wrong. Because there is friction, only the friction and the force given are getting equal. Second one, dynamic frictional force is always a constant value. What is dynamic friction? Huh? Yeah, the friction acts when the object is moving. Is it constant? It's constant. The graph says it's constant. This is the graph, right? Limiting friction is there, the dynamic is there. So this is what? Static friction. The static friction is somewhat proportional to the force applied. It's increasing with the force. And the limiting friction is there to give the the limiting force is there until the object starts to move. Once the object starts to move, the limiting friction goes down. This amount. It is there to give the object a motion. And once the object started moving, the dynamic friction will be constant. මේක තමයි ඇඩ්වාන්ටේජ් එක. ඒ කියන්නේ ඩයිනමික් ෆ්‍රික්ෂන් එක කොන්ස්ටන්ට් වෙන එක තමයි අපිට තියෙන ඇඩ්වාන්ටේජ් එක. because අපි highway එක යනකොට I told you this earlier as well. highway එක යනකොට what we do අපි මෙන්න මේ limiting friction එක පන්නනවා. වාහනේ start කරගෙන ඉස්සරහට යනවනේ. limiting friction එකත් පන්නලා යනවා. යනකොට මෙයාගෙන් constant resistance එකක් තමයි ඉන්නේ. අපි වැඩි force එකක් දීලා velocity එක ගොඩක් වැඩි කරගන්නවා. වැඩි කළා හිමීට acceleration එක නතර අඩු කරනවා. අඩු කරනකොට engine එකෙන් දෙන force එක අඩු වෙනවා. හැබැයි velocity එක එකපාර අඩු වෙන්නේ නැහැ. engine එකෙන් දෙන force එක පොඩ පොඩ අඩු කරලා අපි ඒක මෙන්න මේ dynamic friction එකට equal level එකකට ගේනවා. දැන් දෙපැත්තේ තියෙන forces දෙක equal. අපි ඉන්නේ උඩ velocity එකක. දැන් අපි යන්නේ constant velocity එකකින් දෙකකට. කියන්නේ speed එකකින් අපි තුමු 100 km/h වලට ගෙනලා කියලා අපි dynamic friction එකයි engine එකේ force එකයි equal කරේ. දැන් අපි 100 km/h වලින් constant velocity එකකින් යනවා. හැබැයි අපි engine එකෙන් force එක දෙන්නේ dynamic friction එක ඕන කරන power එක විතරයි. නේ? dynamic friction එකට ඕන කරන power එක විතරයි engine එකෙන් දෙන්නේ. නේ? ඒතර engine එකෙන් දෙන්නේ minimum power. Wouldn't it? When you are going in the constant velocity, that means the engine, the power that the engine gives is the minimum power it has to give. That means the fuel efficiency is at its highest. නේ? ඇයි? fuel pitch එන්නේ අර මේ dynamic friction එක resist කරන්න විතරයි. නේ? අපි ඒ velocity එකේ ගොඩාක් වෙලා යන්න පුළුවන් නම් අපිට dynamic friction එකට විතරයි fuel යන්නේ. එතකොට අපේ fuel efficiency එක at maximum. හැබැයි අපිට හැමතිස්සෙම velocity එක up and down යන්න වෙනවා නම් velocity එක increase and decrease කරන්න වෙනවා. මොකද වෙන්නේ? අපේ fuel එක වැඩිපුර burn වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍ය traffic එකේ යනකොට නැත්නම් අපිට brake කරන්න උනාන් පස්සේ මොකද වෙන්නේ? We are coming to zero. So you have to give again petrol for the static friction, limiting friction ආපහු දෙන්න වෙනවා. නේ? ඊට පස්සේ අපි පල්ලෙහා velocity එකකින් යනකොට මෙන්න මේ dynamic friction එකට fuel දෙන්න වෙනවා ගොඩක් වෙලා. පල්ලෙහා velocity එක යනකොට. ලොකු velocity එකක් ගියොත් ඉක්මනට ඉවර ගන්න පුළුවන් velocity එක වැඩි. ඉක්මනට ගිහිල්ලා ඉවර ගන්න පුළුවන් ගමන. නේ? So if you want to keep the fuel efficiency, best way is going in a high speed with a constant velocity. So the fuel efficiency is maximum. That is why the highways are there in the developed countries and our country as well. We have a highway here. Now the thing is this. If you have the highways and you have like the broad roads here, your fuel efficiency will be really high, and wouldn't it affect the economy of the country? It will, because our fuel need will be less, because we are not burning much of a fuel. හැබැයි දැන් අපි මේ යන traffic වල යන විදියට fuel කොච්චර පුච්චනවා? පට්ට fuel එක පුච්චනවා. ඒක අවාසි. country එකට අවාසි. ඒකින්ද සාමාන්‍ය highway system එකක් country එකක හැදෙන එක it's one of a developing factors. නේ? නැත්තම් අපි අපරාධේ නිකන් සල්ලි වේදම් කරනවා fuel වලට traffic වල යන්න කියලා. Right, come to this one. So the first one is false. Dynamic friction force is always a constant value. This is correct. Limiting friction force is less than static and dynamic friction. What do you say? False, because it is the highest, right? So the answer only is B. 24. Consider the following statements about the frictional force. Frictional force is inversely proportional to the perpendicular reaction. What do you say? Is it inversely proportional or directly proportional? What is the formula there for the friction? F equals mu r. Yes. So this is the perpendicular reaction and this is the force. What happens if the r increases? The F will also increase. So are they indirectly or directly proportional? Directly proportional, right? Indirectly කියන්නේ මේක වැඩි වෙනකොට මෙයා අඩු වෙන්න ඕන. එහෙම වෙන්න නම් එයා ඩිවිෂන් එකක් විදිහට ඉන්න ඕන. mu divide by r වෙන්න ඕන නේ. So it's wrong. The force of static friction is always a constant value when considering an object and a surface. Is it? No. The static friction increase with the force applied. Ne? Applied force එකත් එක්ක එයා increase වෙනවා. මේක වැරදි. See, the friction force that occurs when an object moves on a rough surface is dynamic friction. Is it true or false? What do you say? False. The friction force that occurs when an object moves on a rough surface is the dynamic friction. What is the friction which acts when an object is moving? Huh? So how come it's false? The friction force that occurs when an object moves on a rough surface is the dynamic friction. Is it true or false? Now what is the huh? Is it huh? Correct, right? What do you say? Huh? True or false? Just tell one answer is there. Only true, maybe false. Yes, but true, right? What do you say? True. True? We're still not sure 100% though. It's true. This is correct. So what is the question is asking for? For force that varies with the no. Answer select කරන්න නැද්ද? Varies with the time when the comparing object. Which of the above statement is correct? මෙන්න මේ කැලලත් C එකේ කැලලන්නේ. The friction force that when an object moves on a rough surface is the dynamic friction. That is correct. That part is correct. Force that varies with time when comparing an object to a surface. The friction force that occurs when an object moves on a rough surface is the dynamic friction. Force that varies with the time when comparing an object to a surface. Now that part is wrong. That is why you took it wrong. Good. What do you say? Huh? False. That's yeah. Okay. So could you tell me that there's another part down here? So this part is somewhat correct, but this part is wrong. So it's wrong. So it's all wrong, right? All of A, B, and C are wrong. Right? So where's the AC now? You switch it off. Huh? Are you switch it off with the phone? Oh. People. Right, listen. 25th question. If a mass of 8 kg placed on a horizontal rough surface is tried to move using a horizontal force, the maximum frictional force that can occur on the object is what the question is asking, right? If a mass of 8 kg placed on a horizontal rough surface, try to move using a horizontal force. The maximum frictional force that can occur on the object is. Now, what is the maximum frictional force that can act here? F equals mu r, right? So, mu is given 0.4. What are you doing? It's too cold. Then, eh? Come. Right, so what is the reaction here? 8 kilograms. 8 kilograms make a how much of a reaction here? This will be 8 newtons of a weight acting downwards, and the reaction should be also 80 newtons, isn't it? Here, for the moment, 80 newtons. So the answer will be 32 newtons, isn't it? Nice. 32. Right. An object of mass 2 kg is placed on the ground. The coefficient of the static friction of the ground is 0.4 when the force of 2.8 is applied parallel to the ground on the object. The force of friction between the ground and the object is. Now tell me the answer. The friction is given 20 Newton. That will be 8. Tell me the answer. What is your answer? Second answer. Oh yeah, assistant is doing the question. Then you do the question. Or he's hadanawa කියලා කියන්නේ. You do it yourself. hadanawa කියන්නේ. Yes. Friction is 20. How come? No, right? Now this is 2 kilograms. The coefficient is 0.4. Yeah. You have to put mu r and think twice. And think twice. And think thrice. Any answers? Somebody tell me the answer. Huh? Do it by yourself and tell me the answer. Wrong. 8 newtons is wrong. Think of the theory back. Bro, what is the answer? Somebody. Akif must know now. Tell the answer for the 26th question. If you. What is the answer? Keshan. Tell the answer. You got the same answer. 8. Wrong. Think back. Think of the theory. Think of the theory back. Should be a different answer. No. How come it's 0? How is it 20? How is it 20? Now tell me a reason. Screen name clear, bro. If you're here. Now clear? Should have told earlier. Somebody. Any brains? Answer. Now tell me the answer you get here.
It's 2.8.
Exactly. Exactly. Tell me the reason. මොකද්ද? මොකක්ද දීලා තියෙන්නේ? Just had a random thought that it should be 2.8. The answer is actually 2.8. That is correct. How and why? How and why? Tell the reason how and why. Why? Reason. Somebody at least. Now, bro, Akif, Keshan is there, Chamat is there. Is this Chamat Sanduru the 2025 Chamat Sanduru or the other 2027, the fast tracking Chamat Sanduru? If this is 2025 Chamat Sanduru, you're supposed to know. Akif, you're supposed to know. So it's 2.8 and why? Come with an idea. Think. It's correct, it's 2.8. Why? Which friction do we discuss here now? That is a static. So the value 8 you had is the maximum it can have. Do you understand that? It is the maximum that it can have. Mu r is the maximum that it can have. But the force applied is how much? How much is the force applied? Is 2.8. Does the 2.8 exceed the 8 newtons? No. Now what happens in the static friction? Does the static friction stays there as a constant value? No. It is equal to the value applied, right? But the maximum it can go up to is 8 newtons. But the applied force now is 2.8 newton. That is not exceeding the maximum, which means it's below the maximum. Then it should be the force applied that gives the the friction, right? Do you all understand it? No? Listen. Now this is the static friction. This is the static friction, isn't it? Right. So the static friction is usually equal to the force which is applied. No? It is equal to the force which is applied. And now what is this value? Like this is the maximum that it can go, right? And if you are taking the F equals mu r equation, this F equals mu r equation will give you the maximum that it can go, right? And the equation, it gives 8 newtons of a maximum static friction value, right? And the force applied is how much? 2.8. So applying a force of now this is the friction, this is the force applied. you are giving a 2.8 newtons of a force. So it should be equal to the friction because it's static, doesn't move. So if it doesn't move, that means the applied force and the friction should be equal. That is simply the static friction. Static doesn't move, right? Static friction means the force which, now the friction which applies when the object doesn't move, and it is equal to the force applied, right? And there is a maximum level that it can go, that is 8, right? If it exceeds the 8, it comes to the limiting friction and it will start to move, right? And if it is below the maximum level, that means it doesn't move, and below the maximum level it can be any force, and the any force that is applied should be equal to the static force, right? Now in the formula that you find using F equals mu r is the maximum static force, so the maximum static friction, but the applied force is 2.8, which means the friction should be also 2.8. Understood it or not? I think you are still confusing, aren't you? Yeah, you have to find if the force is exceeding the maximum friction. Yeah. And you have to have the brain to select 2.8 instead of 8. Understood it? Hey, අපි ෆෝමියුලා එකකින් ගත්තාන් පස්සේ 0.4 නේද දීලා තියෙන්නේ මේ coefficient එක weight එක දීලා තියෙන්නේ 2 kilogram 20 newtons. එතකොට maximum එක එන්නේ 8 newtons තමයි static friction එක maximum එක. ඒතර මේකේ මේ move වෙන්න නම් object එක මේ static එක පන්නලා යන්න ඕන. apply කරලා තියෙන්නේ කීයද? 2.8. මේක exceed වෙනවද? නෑ, එහෙනම් static එක ඇතුලේ නේ. static එක ඇතුලේ ඉන්නවා නම් applied එකයි static friction එකයි equal වෙන්න ඕන. නේ? මේක පැන්නොත් තමයි ඔයාලට difference එක ගන්න පුළුවන්. Understood it? Yes. Keep it in mind. You have to check always if the force applied is exceeding the maximum friction, maximum static friction that it can has, right? Yeah. Understood it? නෑ force එක මෙහෙම ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් හිතන්නකෝ ඔයා 2 newtons apply කරනවා. move වෙන්නේ නැහැ object එක. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙයාගේ friction එක කීයද? 2 newtons ම තමයි. හරිද? 4 newtons apply කරනවා. move වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ friction එකත් 4 newtons. 6 newtons apply කරනවා. move වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ friction එකත් 6 newtons. 8 newton apply කරනවා. ඒත් move වෙන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ friction එකත් 8 newton. මෙතනින් එහා යනවා කියලා කියන්නේ static friction එක පන්නනවා මේ question එකේ හැටියට. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ F equals mu r දැම්මම මට 8 newton ආවේ. මෙන්න මේ maximum එක. කියන්නේ මෙන්න මෙතන. එතනින් එහාට යන්නේ limiting friction එකට. එතකොට අර වාහනේ pick up වෙන්න ගන්නවා මෙහෙම. යන්න try කරන්න. අන්න ඒක තමයි limiting friction එක. හරි. යන්න try කරන කෑල්ල limiting friction. This is the limiting friction. The vehicle tries to move. Right? That is the limiting friction. ඒක පැන්නාම පස්සේ ආපහු dynamic friction එකට එන්නේ. හරි. දැන් මේ තියෙන්නේ අර maximum එක මෙතන. එතනින් පල්ලෙහාට එන ඕනම force එකක් apply force එකට equal වෙන්න ඕන. දැන් අපි මේකේ maximum එක calculate කරන් පස්සේ එන්නේ 8 newtons. හැබැයි apply කරලා තියෙන්නේ කීයද? 2.8. එහෙනම් friction එක කීයක් වෙන්න ඕන? 2.8. because doesn't exceed the maximum, right? Now understood? Yeah, sure. Yes. 2 point is correct. Keshan, force of the friction is equal to, yeah, because it's parallel to the ground. Yes, is correct. Nice. Yeah. No, I don't see Malshi. Malshi was there in the beginning. Now she is missing. Yeah, she just may all of a sudden comes to this one, right? She'll be like not confused. She will feel the suicide sometimes, right? Yeah. Bro, interval 15 minutes වගේ දෙන්න පුළුවන්. Even that is 12:45. If you want to pee, you can go pee and come, doesn't matter. Nobody will bother. Only 15 minutes of an interval can give, that is 12:45. That is to go pee and have a drink and come. Otherwise, you have to wait till 2:30 to have the lunch. Even myself, I'm waiting until the 2:30 to have the lunch. When I couldn't have the breakfast. Huh? Yeah, same. It's a good thing to have me fasting. Any Muslims here? No. No Muslims here. Bro, the Muslim community is missing now. What happens to the people from the Zaira? Any Zaira people? No. Yeah, Zaira. You are not Muslim? Like all of you are Zaira? අනිත් ඔක්කොම දැන් නේ අයින් වුණාද? Right, listen. So the answer is 4, right? Listen, 27th question. A force of 10 Newton is applied horizontally on an object. Listen. A force of 10 Newton is applied horizontally on an object of mass 15 kg. If the coefficient of limiting friction between object and the plane is 0.1, then the frictional force acting on the object is, now tell me. Mass is 15. So if I put F equals mr, what will be the friction that will give? 0.1 into 150. Yeah. So 15 newtons of a friction is there. Applied force is how much? 10 newtons. Would it exceed? No. So the friction should be how much? 10 newtons, isn't it? The maximum it can go is 15 newtons. Now the applied force is what? 10 newtons. So the friction should be 10, isn't it? It's the same question, like in different values. Understood it? Yeah, it's the same question with the different values. That's all. The force applied is 10 newtons. Mass is 15 kilograms. Coefficient is 0.1. So the friction is 15 newtons. Applied force is 10 newtons. Has it exceed the maximum level? No. So if it hasn't exceed the maximum level, the applied force should be equal to the static friction. No, understood it? No, yes, sure. Think of it a bit. You can make a static friction එක exceed වෙනකම් හැමතිස්සෙම applied force එක තමයි. Oh. Why? What's wrong? Eh? Right? More time to go. Right? Listen. Question number 28. Listen. In the figure below, a force figure is missing, is it? Huh? Okay. Thank you. Right, listen. In the figure below, it's above actually. A force of 8 Newton is applied on an object of mass 2 kilogram. The coefficient of the friction between the object and the contact surface is 0.2. The acceleration of the object is. Yeah? Any answers? Any answers? No? Why though? No. Bros in the back. Then try it now. Take a minute, try it now. What does the question say? In the figure below, it's actually above, a force of 8 newtons is applied on object of mass 2 kilogram. The coefficient of friction between the object of the contact surface is 0.8. So you have to find the friction first. They are asking for the acceleration of the object. Yeah, the figure is above. Akif is present and put the answer, bro, for the question 27. No, it's 28. Tell me an answer. I think you have the tute as well. Keshan, put the answers. First, try to find the friction. First thing is to find the friction. Try finding the friction. Friction is 4 newtons. You think it will apply or no? Applied force is 8. Then difference is gun acceleration is gun. Calculated. Did you calculate the friction? Then do it. Where have you stuck? What is the trouble? Where have you stuck, like taking the friction? What do you want? Like, what is the formula of the friction? Huh? Mu R. So, what is lacking there? R. So, how do you find the R? R is what? Perpendicular reaction. So, how do you take the perpendicular reaction? Component එක break down කරලා ගන්න ඕන. You can't only consider the 2 kilogram weight and its reaction. You have to consider the equilibrium of the vertical axis. That you have to take the vertical component of 8 newtons and consider that as well to take the reaction. Did you consider Did you consider the vertical equilibrium of forces? You're laughing like a donkey. Listen. You have to consider the vertical component as well. Did you consider it? Reaction force එක කීයද ගත්තේ? So scroll down a bit. Okay. This enough? Now there's 8 there. Shall I minimize it a bit? Yeah. That's enough? Found it? Kida? Reaction force එක කීයද ඉන්නේ? Reaction force එක ගන්න මෙන්න මේ මෙයාගේ component එකත් consider කරන්න වෙනවා. Because there is a component there. So you have to take the vertical equilibrium. Reaction force friction එක ඉතින් අහන්න acceleration එකනේ. ඉතින් friction එක කියන්නේ resisting force එකනේ. applied force එක දීලා තියෙනවනේ. force difference එකනේ එතකොට මේ sigma f එක. 16 වලින් 8 අඩු කරනවා. ඔව් 8 the applied force එක. Make it 20. That's 4 actually. Mu is 0.2. Or multiply कराम किए दिन 0.2 वाली multiply कराम 16. इति होगा नहीं friction नहीं 16 नहीं friction नहीं 16 dia oh friction එක ඊට පස්සේ ගන්න ඕනේ ඒක 3.2 හරිනේ ඉතින් ඕක resistive force එක applied force එක 8 newtons නෑ 8 newtons නෙමෙයිනේ component එකනේ එන්නේ 8 cos 30 simplify කරන්න නැත වෙනවා ඒක cos 30 අරගෙන Shall I do it? Friction එකට එන්නේ. mu එක 0.1 r එක කීයද ආවේ? 22. r එක 22ක් ආවේ කොහමද? Listen. Shh. Bro, I scrolled it down. Give me answer. Akif. You're supposed to answer this, huh? Listen. So, listen. You have to take the friction first, right? Listen. Like I have told you many times, use your brain when you're thinking. Right? Yeah. Some other places are there in your head when you are thinking. Don't think using those. You know what I mean? Yeah. Some other places are there when you are thinking. Don't think using those. Use your brain to think. Don't let your testicles overcome your brain. Let your brain be there when you are doing the questions. Now listen, right? Shh. So first thing, listen. In the figure below, a force of 8 newtons is applied on an object of mass 2 kilogram. The coefficient of the friction is given. The acceleration of the object is the question what is asking, right? So first thing is to find the, now listen, now there is this force and there is a component of it in the horizontal direction, and that force and the friction gives the resultant force. They are acting oppositely, so you have to take the difference, right? Friction is acting oppositely, there is a component acting in the horizontal direction, you have to take the difference. That is the sigma f. That sigma f into ma will give the acceleration. Yes. So the first thing to find is the friction. Now did you understand that you have to take the this like the horizontal component force and the friction, deduct it to get the resultant force? Did you understand that? Yes. Using that you can find the F equals ma, the acceleration. Now the first thing to find is the friction. You can find the horizontal component easily because 8 cos 30 will be the horizontal force. So you have to find the friction first, right? So considering to find the friction, you have to think of the vertical equilibrium of forces. Does the object move up and down? Does it move up and down? No. That means the upward forces should be equal to the downward forces. Good. So the upward force is what? 8 sin 30. 8 sin 30 is the upward force, right? And the horizontal force will be what? 8 cos 30. That's the difference, right? So now we have to take the friction. To friction you need R. F equals mu R. The mu is already there, it's given. You have to find the R, right? So how do you take the R? Listen. So the 12 kilogram gives a weight of 20 newtons downward, and the reaction supposed to be R. Is it equal to the 20 newtons? No, because there is a component acting upwards. You have to consider that as well. Now here the thing is, the upward forces should be equal to the downward forces. So if I write a formula here, the upward forces will be 8 sin 30. 8 sin 30 is what? Sin 30 is half, right? Sin 30 is half. Plus R are the upward forces. Any other upward forces? No. Any of the components? No, nothing else there. So should be equal to the 20 newtons, isn't it? Now you can easily find the R. How? 8 sin 30 is what? Half plus R should equal to the 20 newtons. Now this is 4 plus R equals 20. So R equals what? 16 newtons. Understood it? That is the first step to find. You have to find the R. Now what? Now you can easily find the F equals mu R of the friction, right? So the friction equals mu is how much? 0.2, and the R is, we found it, 16. So the friction will be how much? 16 into 2, 32. So that's 3.2, right? It's 3.2 newtons. Yes. So you have the friction, you have the applied force. Now you have to find what? The acceleration. So that's easy. So how do you find it? Sigma f equals ma, right? So sigma f is, what is the force applied now? 8 cos 30, right? 8 cos 30. Now tell me, now let's write it first. 8 cos 30 minus the friction is how much? There's a friction applying here. Sorry. What is the friction here now? 3.2 is equal to the mass into acceleration, 2 kilogram into the acceleration. Yes? Understood it? So tell me the value here, 8 cos 30. 8 cos 30 here? 6.92 minus 3.2. Now A equals, make a deduct කරලා කියන්න පොඩි value. 6.92 minus 3.2 කියන්නේ කීයද? 3.72. 3.72 over 2 නේ. Final answer is how much? 1.86 ms minus 2. Is the answer there? The answer is missing. Supposed to be this one, right? (1.86) answer එක තියෙන්න ඕනේ. මොකක් කරේ නම් simplifying වල හරි value වල හරි අවුලක් වෙලා තියෙනවා. mu r එක මේක හරිනේ 8 sin 30 upwards, that is 4 newtons, downward 20 newtons, that means r is 16 newtons. That is correct. 16 into 0.2 is 3.2. This is also correct, right? This is correct, but you're supposed to look at the board. So this is 3.2, and the reaction, now reaction we found it earlier. 3.2 මෙන්න මේක හරියට කියන්නේ 8 cos 30 root 3 over 8 into මේක කියන්නේ 8 into root 3 over 2, 8 root 3 over 2. So that's 4 root 3, 4 into root 3. Root 3 කියන්නේ 1.72 වගේ ගානක් එන්නේ. 6.928. 928. 928. මෙතන එතකොට ඩිෆරන්ස් එක කීයද? 3.72ද? 6.9 වලින් 3.2 අඩු කරාම 3.72ද? The mass is 2 kilograms. එහෙනම් ඒකේ ආන්සර් එකක් දාගන්න එකේ. මෙතන ආන්සර් එකක් දාගන්න එක. simplifying හරිනේ sure නේ. 1.86 ms minus 2 කියලා දාගන්න. මේක ආන්සර් එක තිබ්බනේ, ආන්සර් එක නැති වෙන්න දෙයක් නෑ. Even nothing went wrong as well. Question number 28, right? ඒක ChatGPT නම ChatGPT එක මාසෙක දෙන්න මොකද්ද? එයා කියන්නේ 1.65 මොනවද කන්සිඩර් කරලා right, doesn't matter. Make gun 1.86 කියලා ගන්න. There is a possible answer that can come. Note එක දාගන්න if you want. ෆොටෝ ගහන්න නෙමෙයි මේක ලියාගන්න. ඉතින් වෙනම පොතක් තියාගන්න. ඕකේ ලියන්න එපා. ඕකේ ලියලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. එක්ක කොලයක් ලියන්න. කොලයක ලියලා ඔතන ඇටච් කරගන්න. එක්ක වෙනම පොතක ලියන්න. පොතක ලියලා නෝට් එක තියාගන්න. මේක හැදුවද කලින් තනි? good. ඒකේ මට හිතා ගන්න බෑ එතන ආන්සර් එක නැතුවනේ කොහොමද කියලා. මේක තමයි සිම්ප්ලිෆයින් කරන්නේ ඕක තමයි. සමහරවිට මම දාලා නැති වෙද එක්ක ට්‍රාන්ස්ලේෂන් එරර් එකක්. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් මම සිංගල මීඩියම් එකත් එක්ක චෙක් කරන්න ටියුට් එකත් එක්ක. මේ සිංගල මීඩියම් එකේ තියෙන මම ට්‍රාන්ස්ලේට් කරා. සමහර කාට වැලියුස් එතකොට වෙනස් වෙනවා දානකොට. Akif, did you understand the question and the answer? And Keshan, what the hell is that? What do you mean like yes but no? Yeah, the no answer in MCQ, that's true. Understood, nice. At least Akif, did you understand the question? So kind of confuses. The fuck? Bro, now, did you understand the simplifying at least? Like, going through the whole way down there? After you taught, yes. Okay, at least. Are you supposed to, before no idea, okay. Doesn't matter, like, you have to have the proper knowledge at least up to this level, to improve yourself. If your mother is around, yeah, you have to improve much up to this level at least. You can do it, you have time and you have some brains, bro, you do it. Listen, so the next question, 29. Figure shows how an object slides along an inclined plane. Considering the coefficient of the dynamic friction as mu, the mass of the object as m and the angle made by the inclined plane with the horizontal as theta. The choice which give the correct expression for the acceleration of the system. Any answers? Found any answers? No. Then shall I do it? Listen. So this is the mass, right? Why mother? Because she's the motivation all the time. Yeah. Right. Listen. I'm talking with one of my 2025 online person. She's texting. I'm speaking. Yes. Yeah. Listen. Now they are asking for the acceleration of the system, isn't it? So the acceleration of the system, listen, you have to consider two of the forces here. One of the forces which is trying to take down the mass through the slant is one of the forces. There should be one of the forces. And when it tries to come down through the slant, there's another force acting oppositely. What is that? It tries to come down and there's a force acting oppositely, but friction. Friction is there, right? So two of the forces are there. So that is the resultant force. The difference of two of the forces, the friction and the force acting downwards through the slant, right? And that into mass into acceleration is sigma f equals ma. That using that you can find the acceleration. They are asking for the acceleration of the system. So now the friction. They have given the dynamic friction as mu, the coefficient as mu. The friction coefficient is there, right? Now, when something is there in a slant, this is how the forces are acting. The weight acts downwards. Make a force is acting downwards. That will be mg. Now, මෙතන ඉඳන් පල්ලෙහාට යන්න පොඩ්ඩක් question සමාන වෙනවා. මුලට ගිය අපි basics. Now the steps are becoming more. So you have to focus more. Now this is the mg, right? And mg has one component acting through the slant, and that is the force that takes the mass down. මෙන්න මේ mass එකේ මේ weight එකේ component එකක් එක් කරනවා මෙන්න මේ slant එකේ පල්ලෙහාට. ඒක තමයි මෙයා පල්ලෙහාට ගේන්නේ. හරි weight එක නෙමෙයි. ඒ කියන්නේ weight එකේ component එකකින් තමයි මෙයාව දැන් පල්ලෙහාට ගේන්නේ. ඇයි මෙයා කෙලිම directly පල්ලෙහාට වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මෙන්න මේ පැත්තට එන්නේ. මේ පැත්තට එන්න force එකක් තියෙන්න බෑ. The force that the mass is taking to the ground through the slant is the component of mg. I'm going to draw it like this. The component is this, right? That is one of the components, right? So this is one of the components, and it has to have another component here, right? So to break down these two components, we have to have the angle, either the angle here or here, right? ඔන්න angle දෙකකින් එකක් අපි ගන්න ඕන. මම මේක අපව අඳින්නම් මේක හැද. What the hell? right අපිට මෙන්න මේ angle එකක් ගන්න වෙනවා. හරි. ලේසිම විදිය තමයි මෙන්න මේ බලන්න. මෙයා θ නම් මෙයා 90 degrees මේ කැල්ල කීයක් වෙනවද? 90 minus θ. නේ? මෙයා 90 මෙයා θ නම් මෙයා 90 minus θ වෙනවා. මොකද triangle එකනේ. එහෙනම් මෙතනත් කීයද? එතනත් 90 minus θ. මෙන්න මෙතන perpendicular මේ කැල්ල perpendicular මෙයා 90 minus θ මෙතන 90 මෙතන කීයක් වෙන්න ඕනද? θ වෙන්න ඕන. එහෙම තමයි ඔක් ගන්න. හරිද? Simply just remember if this is θ, the angle after the weight will be θ. Easy. You don't have to go through the hardship. If this is θ, the angle after the weight will be θ. Right? So that is θ. Now tell me the value of this component. What is the component here? Mg sin theta. The component here will be mg sin theta. And the component here will be mg cos theta. So those are the two components of mg. Right? Now there's a reaction. Right? There's a reaction force acting perpendicular to what? To the surface. Always the reaction force is acting perpendicular to the surface. Now this surface is like the weight is like angle leaned over on the surface, but the reaction force is acting perpendicular to it, which means it should go somewhere like this, R. R again මෙන්න මෙහි. අපි සාමාන්‍ය usually we took the weight and reaction in the same line නේ. හැබැයි මෙතනදී line එක මොනවා වුණාද? The line change because the reaction doesn't have to always be in the same line with the weight නේ. එයා හැමතිස්සෙම surface එකට perpendicular වෙන්නයි ඕන. එකම line එකේ ඉන්න ඕනේ. Now the reaction is this. And do you see, if I consider the equilibrium of this axis, does it go here or here? No. Which means R should be equal to what? Mg cos theta. Right? That you have to understand. R is mg cos theta. R equals to mg cos theta. Right? And there is a friction acting here. And if the object doesn't move, friction should be equal to what? Friction should be equal to mg sin theta. It's trying to move downwards. Friction keeps it stationary, which means the force upward, the friction should be equal to the force downward through the slant. Yes. If this is not moving, friction should be equal to the mg sin theta. මෙන්න මේ components ටික ඔයා දැනගන්න ඕන. හරිද? මේ ටික දැනගන්න ඕන. Understood it? Yes? Right. So, you have to find the acceleration of the system. Now, if I put F equals ma, sigma F equals ma to the object, that will be, now tell me the sigma F mg sin theta minus friction. Yes? That is the sigma F. Ne? Mg sin theta minus friction should be the sigma F or the resultant force. මේ දෙපැත්තේ තියෙන මෙයා මෙහෙටනේ එන්න හදන. එහෙට එන්න resultant force එක වෙන්නේ මේ දෙන්න. මෙයා greater than this one, so this deducted by this will be the resultant force. Is equal to mass into acceleration. Now, is the Fr or the friction given? No, the friction isn't given. So, you have to find the friction separately. What is friction? Friction equals mu r. Mu is given. R isn't. So, instead of R, you have to use something else. R equals what? Mg? Yes. So, instead of Fr, you can put what? Mu mg cos theta. Yes. So, mu mg cos theta, if I applied here, that will be mg sin theta minus mu mg cos theta equals to mass into acceleration. Now, do you see I can cancel out the m here because m is common for both of these two of the values. Ne? In the matter method, I can cancel the m at once. Right? නැත්තම් වාට ඕන මේක common factor එක විදිහට මෙයා එළියට අරගෙන ඊට පස්සේ කපන්න පුළුවන්. Same thing. So what is left there for the acceleration? Sin theta minus mu cos theta should be minus. Yeah. A equals sin theta minus mu cos, sorry, mu g cos theta. Ne? Mu g cos theta minus mu g cos theta. Understood it? Understood it? That is one of the basic questions. ඒ කියන්නේ මේක එක setup එකක් හොඳයි. මේ setup එකේ මෙන්න මේ components ටික දාගන්න දැනගන්න ඕන හරියට. ඊට පස්සේ ඒකෙන් සෙල්ලම් දාන එක ඉතින් physics කැලේ තමයි තියෙන්නේ. Understood it? Anybody who got the answer by yourself? No? Doesn't matter. We'll try. Akif bro, why my mother bro? Okay, discuss that. Done? Akif, you understood it? Keshan? So the answer is what? Sin theta minus mg mu mg cos theta. G should be here. G sin theta, because G is here. When the m cancels out, G is left there. G sin theta minus mu mg cos theta. The answer. One of the good questions. How many steps are there? 1, like almost 2. Apart from breaking into components, almost 2 steps. If I take the breaking into components as a step, 3 steps maximum. Come to the next question. The slope of a mountain, slope is theta to the horizontal, and the frictional force on the object of the mass W held at rest is, now the object is at rest, right? So the forces should be equal, the downward force and the upward force should be equal. Find it out. Shall I erase this? Do the question again. Right. So there's a mountain and the slope of the mountain is theta, right? Slope of the mountain is theta. Now there's a mass. There's a mass there, and it's W, right? W of a mass is there. They are asking for the slope of the mountain is there, horizontal, and the frictional force on the object of the. They are asking for the friction, right? Asking for the friction. So what will be the friction here? Till the upward force should be equal to the downward force, isn't it? Upward force will be the friction, yes, and the downward force will be the what? The component of W, isn't it? As we discuss up here. මේ පැත්තට තියෙන force එක මොකද්ද? mg ගේ component එක. mg ගේ component එක මොකක්ද දෙන්නේ? මෙතනට එන්නේ angle එක θ. ඒක අපිට ඕනේ නැහැ නේ, මේ force එක ඕනේ නැහැ නේ. එතන මේ පැත්තට එන component එක මොකද්ද? Lost something? මේ පැත්තට එන component එක මොකද්ද? W cos එක තියෙන angle එක පැත්තටනේ. Away from the angle mg sin theta. In case this is W, so it's W sin theta upwards. Friction එක නේ, friction එක තියෙන upwards නේ. So the W sin theta upwards. The answer is what? Yeah, W sin theta upward. Hands up those who understood it. Yeah. Come to the question number 31. Select the figure that correctly shows how friction acts on the wheels of a rear wheel drive vehicle where the engine power their rear wheels, right? So how does the they're asking for the select the figure that correctly shows the friction. The friction action is what they're asking. So in a wheel, what happens? If it is a wheel, listen, the wheel is rotating in a forward motion, like the force acting in the wheel is how? Listen, the force acting in the wheel is acting where? Circularly, and at the point where the tire touch the ground, where would the force is acting in the by the tire? No, I'm asking the force acted by the tire or the wheel at the point where the ground touches it. Would it be forward or backward? It will be, huh? No, backward ne. මෙහෙම කරකිලා backward in. The force acting by the wheel will be backward. So the friction is forward. So in a wheel, the friction is acting forward. So in the two of the wheels, it should be same. Friction should be acting forward, right? Fourth answer. Hands up those who got the answer correct. No. Huh? Got it. Nice. Right. Take an interval and come exactly by 1.5. 1.5 is the maximum. අපිට තව තියෙනවා questions 20 ගානක් ඉවර කරන්න. questions 20 ගානක් තියෙන ඉවර ගන්න. අනිත් එක දැන් මේ questions පොඩ්ඩක් මේ අර අමාරු වීගෙන ඉන්නේ. එතකොට ටිකක් time consume කරන්න වෙනවා. ඉඳ come in 15 minutes. මේ දැන් කන්නද දන්නේ? දෙකමාරට කන්න. උදේට ගාවේ නේ? එහෙනම් කාලෙන් පෙට්ටු. ටක් ගාලා කාලෙන් ඉඳලා විනාඩි 15යි. වැඩි කන්න එපා. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් කන්න දැන් අද නැත්තම් ඊට පස්සේ නිදිමතේ ඉන්නේ. කාලෙන්ට ටක් ගාලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ ලන්ච් ෆ්‍රම් එකට යන්න මේක දැන් නගලින් නැත්ත කන්න. කමන්න කන්න පුළුවන් ඒවන කමන්න. ඈ? ඕකේ. Ajay. Bros, can you hear now? Akif, can you hear now? Nice. Right. So, question number 32. Figure shows a pulley system made of two masses of 5 kg and 2 kg using light string and zero friction pulleys. What is the acceleration of 5 kg mass when the mass is released from rest, right? So, the mass is released from the rest and the pulley doesn't have any of the friction. So, you have to find the acceleration of the system first. What is the acceleration of the, they are asking for the acceleration of the system. The hardest one will be finding the tension of the system. They are asking for the acceleration of the system. So, how do you find the acceleration of a system? First thing to do is to label the forces acting. So, there is 50 newtons of a force acting downwards here and 20 newton of a force acting downward here, and it's a pulley, doesn't have any of the friction. Now, when two of the forces are acting, are these two of the forces supporting each other or opposing each other? They are opposing each other, right? They are opposing each other. That is one thing to know. If it is in a pulley, the two of the weights hanging on it are acting oppositely. Like if you straight it up, you will see how the real forces are acting oppositely. You straight it up, you see the forces acting oppositely. The same way, only the pulley takes the two of the forces to one direction, but they are acting oppositely to each other. So, the resultant will be the difference of two of the forces, right? So, if I put sigma F equals ma here, sigma F equals ma here, sigma F will be 50 minus 20, and the whole system is moving, isn't it? So, the complete mass you have to take. So, the plus 2 plus 5 or the 5 plus 2, and you have to simplify this. It will be 30 A equals 30 over 7, that will be 4 point, answer is 3. Got it? And the next question, a light unstretched string, light means doesn't have a weight, unstretched means doesn't stretch, so our elastic forces are not there, is passed over a smooth pulley as shown in the figure, and figure isn't there, is it? It's not there, I'll have to draw it. Pulley as shown in the figure, and a mass of 20 kilograms is attached to one end of the string, and the mass of 80 kilograms is attached to the other end of the string, and the system is released from rest. The tensile force in the string is, they are asking for the tension of the string, right? They are asking for the tension of the string. Tensile force is something different, like it comes under the elasticity. They are asking for the tension, right? They are asking for the tension. Question is asking for the tension, right? If you simply draw it, it will be something like this, right? There is a pulley, two of the weights are there. What are the two of the weights? 20 kilogram and 80 kilogram. 20 kilogram and 80 kilogram of two of the weights are hanging with a rope, and the rope is through the pulley, and they are asking for the tension of the string. So, how do you do it? It's a moving system or accelerating system. If it is in accelerating system, first thing to find is the acceleration. Second thing is to isolate the object and label the forces. Third thing is to find the tension or the unknown force. So, you have to do the first thing. It has 3 steps to follow if it is accelerating system. So first step is to follow, find the acceleration of the system. For that you have to put sigma f equals ma. Now sigma f will be 800 minus 200, because this is 800 newtons acting downwards, this is 200 newtons. So 800 minus 200 newtons equals, the complete mass is how much? 100 kilograms into acceleration. Now what do you get here? This will be 600, 600 divided by 100 will be 6 ms minus 2, that is the acceleration. Now I have to isolate either 20 kilogram or 80 kilogram mass, you can select any. If I select 20 kilogram, if you find the tension of one string here, it will be the same, because it's a pulley with no friction. If one string gives the tension, the other string gives the same, right? So you have to only find one tension using one of the objects, either 20 or 80. I'll isolate the 80 kilogram mass, that will be 200 newtons downwards, and the tension T upwards, right? Those are the only forces there, and the acceleration upward is 6 ms minus 2, right? So you have to put sigma f equals ma. This is the second step. The third step is putting sigma f equals ma to the system. So I am going to put sigma f equals ma to the system now. Sigma f equals ma, right? So the sigma f will be T minus 200, because T is greater than 200, since the object is moving upward. T should be greater than 200. So T minus 200 will be the resultant force of the system, right? So it will be T minus 200 newtons equals mass is 20 kilograms and the acceleration is 6 ms minus 2. This will give how much? 60, 120 minus 200 will be plus 200 going to the other side, that will be 320 newtons. And the answer is third, right? Third answer. If you want to have a note, take a quick note. Akif Ahmed had the answer before I do it. Keshan? Is Keshan there? Nice. Answer is correct. Nice, good. Superb. Really good. There will be more different question types, so you have to have the overall knowledge to answer the questions. That's the first thing. Rest of the things are the brain, how you use it. Done. Shall we come to the next question? 34. Consider two blocks of mass 4 kg and 2 kg connected by an inelastic light string placed on a frictionless horizontal surface as shown in the figure. So no friction is there in the surface. If the block of mass 2 kg is pulled horizontally by a force of 12 newtons, right? They are asking what is the tension of the string. Now it's the same thing, right? We have to do the same thing. 4 kg, 2 kg, 12 newton. What the hell happened? Right. This is 12 newtons. This is how many kilograms? 4 kilograms. O and yeah. So what do you do though? You have to find the tension of the string. So if you are given an accelerating system and they are asking for the tension or the reaction or any of the unknown forces of an accelerating system, what do you do? First to find is the acceleration of the system. So how do you find the acceleration of the system? You put sigma f equals ma to the whole system, right? So sigma f is what? Only the 12 Newton is acting here. None of the other forces are there. So sigma f is 12 Newtons equal mass is 4 plus 2 because the two of the masses are moving together into acceleration. That will be 12 divided by 6, 2 ms minus 2. That is the acceleration, right? Next thing is to isolate one of the objects. The easiest to simplify is the one which doesn't have two of the forces. This only have like one force, only the tension is there. If I take this object, it has two of the forces. So best thing is you isolate the object with less number of forces, which is the 4 kilogram. So it has only tension there, and the acceleration of the system we found it as 2 ms minus 2. So you isolate the object and label the forces. Now you have to find the tension. So you put F equals ma here, or sigma F equals ma. Now only F acting here is T, right? Mass is 4 kilograms and the acceleration is 2 ms minus 2. The force will be 8 newtons. Force is 8 newtons. So the tension is 8 newtons. Answer is 4. ඔට්ටක් ඔන්න දාගන්න. මේකේ තියෙනවද? රෙකෝඩින් එකේ තියෙනවා මේක. මේ ටයිප් එකේ තියෙනවා. ඒක චුට්ටක් බලන්න. Cover those things as soon as possible. So I'll pray and come show. Pray for me as well. You already praying or what? Answer is correct. Yes. Yeah. Did you got the? I think Ishan got the answer for this. Yes. This is fine. They're going to break the building someday. Somebody will come down. Jimmy, good. Done? Come to the next question. This is easy. The frictional force acting on a block in the given figure are negligible. No frictional forces are there. What is the tension in the string used to make the connection if the applied force is, if they are asking for the tension, applied force is F. So same way you have to simplify it. M1, M2. Right, this is M1, this is M2 and the applied force is F. First thing is to find the acceleration of the system. So F equals ma, that is m1 plus m2 times a. So the acceleration will be how much? F over m1 plus m2, that is the acceleration of the system. Second thing, you have to isolate one of the objects. You can either isolate m1 or m2. Let us check the answers. M1 f over m1 plus m2. M2 f over m1 plus m2. So yeah, can isolate any of it. We'll isolate the m1 easiest. if I isolate the M1, the only acting force will be tension. So T equals ME, right? So we have to find T. Mass is M1, acceleration is M1 plus M2, sorry, F over M1 plus M2. So that's the difference. That will be F over M1 plus M2. So M1 times F over M1 plus M2 is the answer there. This one, right? $36. You want time to on the yeah, no. Three steps. Yeah. Next question. Right. So 36 question. The masses of three blocks A, B and C are M, 2M and M respectively. These are placed on a horizontal smooth table and connected with light non-woven string as shown in the figure. Tension in the string between B and C when the block C is pulled by a horizontal force P. They are asking for the tension of tension in the string between B and C. They are asking for the tension of this one. So the same way, first thing is to find the acceleration of the system, isolate the object, find the tension, right? So M, 2M, M, A, B, C, and the force is P. M, 2M, M, right? The masses are M, 2M and M, right? And the force applied is P. A, B, C. So first step is to find the acceleration. So the resultant force is P equals the masses all together 2M, M plus 2M plus M will be 4M, right? 4M times A, and the acceleration is equal to P over 4M, isn't it? Right? You found the acceleration, they are asking for the tension between B and C. That's it. B and C. So you find the tension here, right? T here is the thing you want. So better you isolate this one, because if you isolate this one, you have to find the force here as well, right? Now if you isolate this one, you already have the P, so it will be easy. So P here will be the tension, right? And the acceleration of the system you already found as how much? P over 4M, right? Now you have to simplify this. P is greater than T, so P minus T is the resultant force. mass is m, acceleration you found it as p over 4 m. Now m to m is cancelling out, minus t going this side will be plus t. Take the p over m, sorry, p over 4, not yeah, මෙතන m එක cancel වෙන 4 එක නෙමෙයි. So t එක මෙහෙට ගියම plus වෙනවා, p over 4 එක මෙහෙට එනකොට minus වෙනවා. So t equals p minus p over 4. ඒ ටික හරියනේ simplify වෙච්ච විදිහ. Now I have to simplify this one. How do you simplify this? Okay, take the common factor 4. How many ones are there in 4? 4. So 4p. 1 4 is there. 1 times p is p. So the final answer will be 3p minus, sorry, 3p over 4 tension. Hands up those who got the correct answer. No. No. House back. Akif is back. Like the Ranil. Done? Right, come to the next question. 38. A mass of 10 kg is attached to a balance with a mass of 2 kg. A child of mass 30 kg slides down a rope hanging from a tree branch with acceleration of 6. Now listen what you are bluffing about. Listen. Right? A child of mass 30 kg slides down a rope hanging from a tree branch with the acceleration of 6 ms minus 2. Tension of the branch. Right? So do you see it's an accelerating system as well? Yeah? Or not? Do you see it's an accelerating system? Yes? Because he's coming down with the acceleration of 6 ms minus 2. Right? If it is accelerating system, it's the same way. What do? You find the acceleration, it's already given, so you don't have to. Isolate the object. Label the forces. Find the unknown force. Right? Those are the things to do. Shall we do it then? So, child 30 kg, acceleration 6 ms minus 2, they are asking for the tension of the branch, right? So, he is coming down in a branch with the acceleration. So, this is the guy and he is coming down with the acceleration of 6 ms minus 2. and the mass is 30 kilograms. This is his mass, right? So you have to simplify it now. How do you do it? What do? You isolate the object and label the forces. What is the object here? This guy. So isolating him. Nice. So what are the forces acting here? There is 300 newtons. Tension? We don't know. You have to find it. Yes. Acceleration is 6 ms minus 2. So simple. Now you put sigma f equals ma to this one. So what is the greater force? 300 or the t? 300 because it's coming down. So 300 minus t equals mass into acceleration. What is the mass? 30 kilogram, and the acceleration is 6 ms minus 2. So 30 into 6 will be 180, minus t going there will be plus t. 180 coming back here will be minus. So t equals 300 minus 180, that is 120 newtons. Anyone got the answer before? Nice, good, very good. You got the answer? Good, very good. Is the answer there? Nice. You have to try these at home before coming, otherwise that's really hard to. Keshan got the answer for this one? Naqif Ahmed? Huh? I know Naqif Ahmed is one of your seniors at the school. You know him? Bro, few of your juniors are here. Good, sir. Nice, good. Nice. Got the answer? Shall we try the next one? Yeah, I know. How do you know? I didn't even show you the people. I didn't even tell the names. What do you mean you know? So you got the answer anyways. Keshan got the answer, good, very good. Right, come to the question number 38. A mass of 10 kg is attached to a balance with a mass of 2 kg at the other end, and a mass of 8 kg is suspended from the rest by a thick light string around a smooth pulley. The scale reading, right? So they are asking for the scale reading here, right? Listen. So if you are to find the scale reading of a bow scale like this one, usually the scale reading will be the tension of the rope which the object is hanged on the bow scale, right? The bow scale reading will be the tension of the string which the object is hanged on the bow scale, right? So in that case here the tension should be this one, that should be the reading of the bow scale. Remember that. In any of the cases the reading of the bow scale will be the tension of the string down to it. Understood? Yes. Remember that. That will be there in questions. Not like me, egula hanne me bow scale lege reading එක me tension එක you will ask to find the reading of the bow scale, right? So would this change because of the acceleration of the tension? Would the tension here change because of the acceleration of the system? It does. It does. If this is stationary, listen, if this is stationary, the tension will be equal to the weight down to it, wouldn't it? The tension here will be equal to the weight down to it, if it is stationary. If it is moving, when it is moving, the tension will differ, right? Always in an accelerating system, the tension or the forces acting will change because of the acceleration, because the acceleration affects the system. That is what happened to that boy who was scrolling down on a branch. All the pulley systems. When there is a accelerating system, the forces acting on it will change, right? So is this the accelerating system or not? What do you say? Is this an accelerating system or not? This is not, because why? The right hand side weight is 10 kilogram and the left hand side weight is also 10 kilograms. So the weights are equal. Doesn't have to accelerate because the forces are equal. So no acceleration, which means the tension of the rope will be the bow reading. So that will be 80 newtons. So the answer is 3. Take a note on that the tension of the tension of the string or the rope down the bow scale will be its reading. Usually that is how you take it. But if the system was accelerating, this will change. So you have to put the sigma f equals, you have to find the acceleration, isolate this object, this one, 8 kilograms, label the forces, find the tension, and that will be equal to the bow scale reading, right? Understood it? Yo, bros. If this was accelerating, you have to find the acceleration first. Then isolate this 8 kilogram object and label the forces, tension and the weight. And you have to find the tension using the acceleration, right? And that tension will be equal to the reading of the bow scale. Right? So make accelerate tension venas වෙනවා. Accelerating system එකක් දුන්නොත් calculate කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා. Right? Right. Come to the next question. 39. A smooth light sling hung from a bow scale, 2 masses 18 grams and 9 grams attached to the ends of weightless strings around the pulley are allowed to move freely. Which of the following is indicated the bow scale? Now this is a accelerating system, isn't it? So they are asking for the which is following indicate the bow scale. A smooth light string hung from the bow scale, 2 masses 8 gram and attached to the end of the weights. Alright, now there are 2 bow scales and these are the 2 weights like hanging on the bow scales. Which of the following is indicated in the bow scale? Of which bow scale? That's the question. Huh? कोई bow scale එකද කියලා කියලා නැහැ නේ. To the ends of the string around the pulley are allowed to move freely. Which of the following is indicated in the bow scale? Huh? එකයි කිය? මෙතන එක අහන්නේ නේ. Bro, sorry. So that then there's no issue there. Why? This is stationary, right? This is stationary. So if this is stationary, the tension here won't get affected. Yes? The tension here will be the weight down the string. So the weight down the string is 9 plus 80. So it will be 27 grams. මෙතනට මේ acceleration එක නැහැ නේ ඔය ටිකේ. Yeah, stationary. So it will be the weight down there. This one, a man of mass, listen, a man of mass W lifts the load P from a horizontal surface with the help of a pulley. What will be the ground reaction of the man? Now they are asking for the ground reaction of the man, right? So his weight is W, that is acting downwards, right? That's W. And the P is acting downward as well, P. And there will be a reaction upward, that is R. And the tension will be same in both the sides. Yes? A man of mass W lifts a load from a horizontal surface with the help of a pulley. So he is keeping it stationary, isn't he? He is keeping it stationary. Now they are asking for the reaction. Now this is one of the good questions. So if I ask this practically, this will be something like this. You can do it in the gym if you want. Like if you have a scale, right? If you have a scale and a pulley and a weight, and you are lifting a weight with the pulley sitting on a scale, weight scale, right? And you are pulling the weight, okay? So would your weight in the scale go down or go up? What do you say? Go down? Go up? What will happen to the weight? Would it go up or down? It will reduce. Weight will reduce. 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 Yeah, it reduces. Right? So it actually reduces. We'll see how. Because if it reduces, that means the reaction has to reduce. Right? Because the weight is something constant, the weight of a person is constant. The reaction has to reduce because reaction is the amount of pressure that is pressed on the ground, giving back as a reaction, right? So amount of pressure that gives on the ground is less, the reaction will be less. That means he is not pressing the weight amount of a force downwards, instead the pulley is grabbing him upwards, so his weight is less compared to the normal situation, right? So we'll do the calculation first. Now isolate the person here, the guy. He sits somewhat like this with two of the hands. There's tension upwards, there's reaction upwards, there's weight downwards, right? So now he is stationary, so he should be under an equilibrium. So upward forces should be equal to the downward forces. So what are the upward forces? T plus R are the upward forces. Should be equal to the downward force, which is W. So if I isolate T, if I isolate R, R will be W minus T, right? But instead of T, the T isn't given here. So instead of T, if I isolate this part only, what are the forces acting there? Upward force is tension, downward force is P. Those two forces should be equal, yes? So instead of T, I can put what? P. So P plus R equals to W. So R equals to what? W minus P. Yes. So the answer is fourth answer. Anybody who got the answer correct? No? Keshan got the answer correct? Super. Nice. Good. Akif Ahmed, what happened? Answer correct? Good. Nice. Right? Come to the next question. Question number 41. Listen. In case of closing a door, the minimum force to be applied from point A perpendicular to the door is 25 newtons. Listen. The minimum force that it takes to close the door perpendicular to it is 25 newtons. In the width of the door is 1 meter. The whole width of the door is 1 meter. The minimum force to be applied to close the door by applying force from the middle point would be. So if it is the minimum force, if the door closed by, if this closed by this end, it will be 25 newtons. I'm sorry. Because the minimum force is there at the edge of the door, right? because the greater the distance from the pivot point, the lower the force that it takes to close the door. We discussed this because it's torque. Torque is more about the force and distance. So greater the force that it takes to close the door is less. So it's 25 newtons acting in 1 meters of a distance, right? So this much of a torque should be given to close the door. Now they are asking in case if the force is applied from the middle, right? Force is applied from the middle is 0.5 meters. Yeah, right. So the torque should be same, right? Because same amount of a torque should be applied to close the door. So the first torque is 25 into 1 meter. This torque should be applied when you are acting in the middle as well. So when you are acting in the middle, if I take the force F, distance will be 0.5. F will be how much? Twice the force, right? 50 newtons. So if you are closing the door from the middle, you have to apply twice the force that you are giving from the edge, right? To give the same torque, because for a door to close or a circular motion to occur, it has to be a torque that you have to give, right? Torque should be equal because the same torque close the door. මෙතනින් 25 වලින් දෙන torque එකම තමයි මැද්දෙන් දුන්නාම එන්න ඕන. මැද්දෙන් හැබැයි ඒ torque එකම දෙන්න ඔයාට 50 newtons දෙන්න වෙනවා. Right? So the answer is 5. Any correct answers? Good. Keshan, answer 5 I think. Yes. Yeah, 5. Yes. Keshan correct. 42. Listen. To turn a steering wheel of radius 30 centimeters, the driver applies a force as shown in the figure. The torque that occurs here is. How do you take a torque of a couple of forces? How do you take the torque of a couple of forces? One force into the diameter or the distance between two of the forces. That will be 8 into radius 30. එතකොට 60 divided by 100. That will be 8 into 4.8 newton. Yes, 4.8 newtons. This is rotating anti-clockwise. 4.8 counterclockwise. 4.89. Counterclockwise 4.8. Nice. Finally. Understood, right? Need a note or something? Yes. Not a corner. What? 43. If the total weight of the cyclist is applied on the 50 centimeter long pedal as shown in the figure, a torque can be generated for the situation shown, right? They are asking for the torque. So now the angle here is how much? 30. Right? The force applying is 400. So either you have to take the perpendicular length to the force, or you have to take the force which is perpendicular to the pedal length given here. What do you take? The pedal length is 50 centimeters. 50 centimeters. You can either take one of two, which is you can take the perpendicular length to the force. හරිද? length එකට perpendicular force එක ගන්නත් පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් force එක component එක ගන්න පුළුවන් මෙන්න මේ 50 centimeters පැත්තේ තියෙන. දෙකෙන් එකක්. ඕනනම් force එක කෙලින් තියෙන length එකේ component එක ගන්නත් පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් length එකට perpendicular තියෙන force එකේ component එක ගන්නත් පුළුවන්. Which one is easy? length එකෙන් component එක ගන්න එක easy. එහෙනම් මෙයා අපි 50 නම් 50 මෙතනනේ 30 තියෙන්නේ. Away from the angle will be how much? මෙතන 30 නේ තියෙන්නේ. Away from the angle කියන්නේ 50 sin 30. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙන්න මේ length එක හොඳයි. අපිට ඕනනම් length එකක් වුණත් component එකක් විදියට ගන්න පුළුවන් break down කරලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් මම මේ කරේ force එකට perpendicular length එක break down කරා. Instead of breaking down the force, I break down the length. Right? එතකොට මේ කියන්නේ 50 sin 30 into 400. මොකද 50 sin 30 කියන්නේ මෙන්න මේ perpendicular length එක. එයාට perpendicular තමයි 400t. So this will be the torque. Now you have to divide this by 100 because it's centimeters. Sin 30 is anyways half, right? So that will be 25. 100 to 100 cancels out. 20 times 4 is 100, right? 100 Newton meters. Answer is 4. Yes? Any correct answers? Correct. Good. Akif, Ahmad, Keshan. Yes? Shall we go to the next? Yeah? Trying the next question. Question number 44. Choose the option which correctly shows the torque around A in the figure below. Right? The angles and given is it. The angle is supposed to be given. Choose the option which correctly shows the torque around A. Now the angle isn't given. We'll take the angle as 30 here. I'll take the angle as 30 here. So you can break down the force. If you break down the force, now if this is, right, if we break down the force, if this is 30, this has to be 30 as well, right? So you have to take the perpendicular force, that will be 6 cos, right? 6 cos 30 into 4 meters. The force is 6 cos 30 into 4 meters is the torque. 6 cos 30 is root 3 over 2 into 4. That will be 12 root 3. Somebody check what is 12 root 3. That will be something 20.78. The answer is in there though. So it can't be 30. If I take 60, 60 would do, no? I'm just randomly checking the values. Huh? If I take 60, what would happen? This will be cos 60. Hopefully this will do. So if I take 60 here, 60. Will do, I think. So that will be 6 cos 60 is half, right? Into 4. That will be 12. The answer is 12, yes. So the not given angle is 60. It's actually 60. Should be 60, otherwise no answer there. So cos 60 you are taking here. You are taking cos 60 here. Cos 60, right. 12. That's fine, right? Making any confusion, right? This one, 45. When a force of 60 Newton acts on an object as shown in the figure, the direction and the magnitude of the torque created by that force around point A. Yeah, so you have to again take the component in the perpendicular direction. That will be 60 sin 30. That is how much? How many newtons is it? That will be half, right? That will be 30 newtons. So I'm going to directly put it. 30 newtons into 50 centimeter divided by 100 that will be again a half, that is 50 Newton meters acting. It should rotate to the clockwise direction. 50 Newton meters clockwise. Fifth answer. 46th question. Applying force on a light rod attached to a wall is kept in horizontal equilibrium as shown in the figure. The magnitude of F is, now this object is kept stationary. So they are asking for the force. So if it is stationary, which means it should be under an equilibrium, that means the clockwise rotation should be equal to the anti-clockwise, or sigma tau should be equal to 0. The usual way of we are doing it is like we are taking sigma tau equals 0 and we are writing the anti-clockwise values first equaling to 0. 0 equals anti-clockwise values will be 5 into 2 meters, and we are taking the clockwise values as minus, that will be 4 into F. So simplify this, you get the answer. 4F equals 10, F equals 2.5 newtons. Yes, this is 5. This is 5. .5 newtons as 2. This one, all the forces acting on an object are shown in the figure. All the object is in equilibrium. The magnitudes of P and Q are, right, P and Q. So if this is under an equilibrium, upward forces should be equal to the downward forces, left hand side forces should be equal to the right hand side forces. So in case that P should be equal to what? 8 newtons, and Q should be equal to 15 equals 10 plus Q. So the Q equals 5 newtons, easy. So P8, Q5. P8, Q5 first answer. Easy, right? I was just kidding with you people. This will be like a part of, like few steps are there, few steps are to go there. So one of the steps. 48 shows a uniform beam supported on two vertical walls. If the weight of the beam is W, the force exerted by one beam wall is. Now if the force exerted here is W, the W over 2 and W over 2 should be acting in the two of the poles here. They should be R's. W over 2 should be acting downwards. W over 2 down. Right? How many have to go? There are few. So, a child hangs by both hands on a horizontal branch of a tree. At what angle between the two of the arms in the least tension? So what gives the least tension if you are hanging with two of the hands? This, this. Increasing your hands would. You have done the chin lift. Ne? So how do you feel when you are doing a chin lift? Mukadhan, you listen. What the hell were you thinking? Right? When you do the chin ups, how much of a tension would you feel when you are like increasing the angle between the hands? Would it increase the tension that you feel to the hands when the hands are spreading? Yes, yes. The tension feels more if you are like spreading the hands. Yeah. If the hands are like here, the tension that you feel will be less. That is how much? That is how much? That will be 0 degrees, isn't it? Yeah, that will be 0 degrees, yeah. Because this is 0. This is 80. This is 0. 180 is this. Between two of them. This is 0. Yeah? So it's 0. right? The product of two forces of equal magnitude is equal to one force. The angle between two of the forces is, listen, the product of two forces of equal magnitude is equal to one force. Listen, product of, right, the product of two forces of equal magnitude is equal to one force. The product of two force, let's take a two force, these are the two forces, and the product or the resultant of that force, right? Product of two of the force of equal magnitude is equal to one force. They says like the මේ දෙන්න equal නේ. මේ දෙන්නගේ resultant එක මේ දෙන්නගේ එක්කෙනෙක්ට equal. එහෙම වෙනවා නම් මොකක් වෙන්න ඕනද? මේකත් f වෙන්න එපා. r එකත් f වෙන්න ඕන. මෙහෙම තියෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑ. මේක මෙහෙම නෙමෙයි මෙහෙම තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. If there are like equilibrium of three of the forces are there, it should be something like this. And if this is there, the angle between two of the forces is 120. Right? So it should be 120. 51. Blocks A and B have masses of 10 kg and 5 kg respectively. A and B are connected by a inelastic string passing over a smooth pulley. If the coefficient of the limiting friction between A and the table is 0.2, what is the minimum mass that must be placed on the top to prevent this slipping? You have to draw the diagram first. Now that is the thing. A and B have like masses of 10 and 5 kg. A and B are connected by an inelastic string passing over a smooth pulley. If the coefficient of the limiting friction between A and the table. Now A is on a table, right? A is on a table and A is connected with a pulley. This is A is connected with a pulley, and what is B here? It's another weight. A is how much? 10 kg and B is 5 kg. Yes? And there's a friction and they are given the coefficient mu equals 0.2. They are asking what is the minimum mass that must be placed on A to prevent the slipping. Now what this slip, that is first to check. If this is to slip, the tension acting here should be greater than the static friction, wouldn't it? Yeah. If the force, the tension acting here is greater than the static friction, this will slip. You have to check that first. So how do you check the friction first? Friction is how much? You have to put F equals mu R. Now the mu is how much? 0.2. R is somewhat this, right? Should be equal. Upward and downward forces should be equal. No any other forces are there. So it will be 100 newtons. That will be 20 newtons friction. Second thing to check is the tension. If this is stationary, the tension in the rope here should be equal to the tension in the rope here. If this is stationary. And the tension of the rope here should be equal to the weight down here. That is how much? 50 newtons. So if it is 50 newtons, friction එක 20 newtons නේ, tension එක 50 newtons. දැන් මේකේ ඇදීගෙන යනවා නේ. එහෙනම් අපි මේක කොච්චරක් වෙනකන් friction එක වැඩි කරන්න ඕනද? දැන් තියෙන්නේ 20. We have to increase it up to 50 නේ. එහෙනම් අපි 50 වලට formula එක හදාගමු. නේද? මෙන්න මෙයාට දාන්න equilibrium එක. 10 kg ට. මේ පැත්තෙන් ඉන්නේ 50 නිව්ටන් නේ. m mass එකක් දාගමු. He says can't see. Right? So අපි මේක m කියලා දාගමු. මේ පැත්තට තියෙන friction එක අපිට වැඩි කරගන්නයි ඕන. හරි. mu r නේ. අපි r එක හොයාගමු එතකොට හරිනේ. මෙතන r එන්න ඕන මොකද්ද? මුලින් R එක හොයාගෙන ඉන්න. එක ස්ටෙප් එකකින් යන්නේ නැත්නම් එකපාර දාගත්තොත් පොඩ්ඩක් කම්ප්ලිකේට් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. R එක හොයාගමු. එතකොට හරි. එතකොට අපිට එන්නේ මේ දෙන්න equal වෙන්න බෑ. 50 Newton should be equal to mu into R. Right? So 50 Newton should equal to mu is 0.2. R should be equal to how much? 20, 50, 250. 250 newtons නේ. R එක 250 newtons. දැන් R එක කීයද? දැන් R එක තියෙන්නේ 100. 250 වෙන්න නම් කොච්චරක් වැඩි වෙනවද? 150. 150 නම් කොච්චරක weight එකක් දානවද? yes. එහෙනම් R එකේ ඉන්න ඕන 100 plus 150 newtons. දැන් මේකේ 150 newtons එන්න නම් additionally අපි mass එක දාන්න ඕන කොච්චරද? 15 kilograms. 15 kilograms additionally දාන්න ඕන. Answer is 4. Any correct answers? No. Correct answers? No. Fine. Somewhat fine. Can tell by the face, yes. Now there is this thing. First thing you had to go through all the videos first, right? That is the first thing to do. You have to do it. Like you have to thoroughly go through it and have to understand it properly, how the things are applying there. And the next thing is you should try the tute before coming to the class. Each and every question you should try doing it, how and why. That should be there. And while I'm doing it, you just only have to take the extra that I'm telling, right? You don't have to take everything that I'm telling, because you know you already have to know something, and while I'm teaching you have to take all the extra that I'm telling. I'll be telling extra points, extra things that you should think and consider. And ඒ ටික තමයි add කරන් යනවා. Now there's a bit of a gap there. So when the gap is too much, it's hard to overcome, that I understand, right? So what to do? What is to do is you have to go through all and each theories back again, all and each questions back again, and watch the recording afterwards, right? Don't watch the recording just before trying the questions. No point doing it. It's like memorizing all the answers. No point doing it, right? Don't do that. Go through the theories first in the recordings with the the workbook and the theory book, with all that, and try to do all the questions by yourself, just alone. Give some pressure on your brain. Try to active some few of the new neurons to think about it, and then go through the recordings. You'll be fine, right? Do as I say, yeah? Right, come to the next question. This is the next question, is it? Yeah, it is the next question, yes. So an object of mass m is placed on a horizontal rough plane and two forces F1 and F2 are applied as shown in the figure. If the object remains at rest, the coefficient of friction between the object and the plane. This remains stationary, so they are asking for the coefficient of friction, are they? Coefficient of friction, yeah, they are asking for the coefficient of the friction. So if this remains stationary, which means the forces should be equal, right? In two of the forces, one is the friction and the applied force should be equal. So what are the forces acting here? F1 is directly acting here. What is the other force? A component of the F2 should be acting here. What is the component of the F2 acting here? F2? Tell. Bro, no, because it's away from the angle. It will be F2 sine theta. Now do you see F2 sine theta and F1 are acting towards the same direction? So if two of the forces are acting here and it's still stationary, that means there's a friction acting from here. Get it? that two of the forces should be equal. So F2 sin theta plus F1 should equal to Fr, right? But the Fr isn't given as Fr there, so you have to find the friction separately. So what is the friction? Friction equals mu R, right? Is the mu given? No. Mu is to find. Yeah, mu is to find. What is the R here? Is the R given as R? No, you have to find R separately. Mass is given here. Now, the weight acting here is mg. And do you see there is one of the components acting upward? Yeah, this component acting upward. What is that? F2. Bro, the towards the angle is cos. So F2 cos theta is also acting here. You have to consider that force as well. These are the tricky parts, right? F2 cos theta is acting upwards. So when you are taking the reaction, right? When you are taking the reaction, you have to consider all the forces in the vertical axis. So shall I simplify it here? I am simplifying the R here, right? So this is the first to go, we are in the middle of it, and this is the second we tried to go, didn't work because we want the R. Now we are trying to find the R, that is the third we are trying. Yes. So consider the vertical equilibrium, upward force is R plus F2 cos theta. Space isn't enough. Shall I do it down here? R plus F2 cos theta. R plus F2 cos theta equal to what? Mg, right? So R equals what now? Mg minus F2 cos theta. Yes. So you have a formula for the R, right? So you can apply it there. So now Fr equals what? Fr equals now mu times Mg minus F2 cos theta, isn't it? Yes. So now instead of Fr, I am going to apply here what? Mu times Mg minus F2 cos theta. So this will be my formula. F2 sin theta plus F1 equals, instead of Fr I am applying mu times Mg minus F2 cos theta. Now I want mu, right? So I am going to isolate mu. I will be getting answer mu equals F2 sin theta plus F1 over Mg minus F2 cos theta. That will be the answer. Is the answer there? F2 sin theta, yeah, F2 sin theta plus F1 divided by Mg plus, something is missing, minus is missing, isn't it? I think the answer is wrong, not the simplify. So one of the answers should be corrected as Mg minus, here should be minus. Correct one of the answers. This one should be minus, should be minus. No, not that one. This one, ne? Nee, ekat නෙමෙයි. Third one. F2 cos theta. මේක තමයි. මෙන්න මේක minus වුණා නම් හරි. That should be the answer. Understood it? Bro, you taking pictures? Right? Write this down. Don't be lazy. No point taking the pictures, you will never watch it. Understood it? At least, yes? Ladies, understood it? Yeah? So it will be a like bit of more of like algebra with the application. So more the algebra, it's difficult. But anyways, you will have to practice it that way. So very few of the questions are there like this. If these were there, it would be the most difficult paper, right? Not the most difficult paper, most difficult few of the questions, right? Yeah. ඒක පල්ලෙහාට තියෙන්නේ අපි උඩට කියලාද ගත්තේ that is where wrong. Listen. He found the correct thing there. Listen, here we considered which force is it? Make any F2 cos theta. Here we considered F2 cos theta acting upwards, but do you see the arrow here? It's acting actually downwards. නේ එතන මෙතන එන්න ඕන R නෙමෙයි R equals mg plus ft cos theta. එතකොට one of the plus value is correct. ඒ කියන්නේ third answer එකේ හරි plus value එකක් එක්ක එන්නේ. හරි. මේක plus කරලා එන්නේ. ඒක you do it again by yourself. I'm not going to correct it. You understood the theory? You do it by yourself. Good. Thank you. Next one. Done writing it? Now how many are there to go? Oh. We don't have much of time. We're already running out of the time. For now, I'll stop it here. You try these few of the questions by yourself. If any doubts, tell me, we'll discuss in the class. Yes, because I'll have to go for another class. Sorry. Okay, sir, ඒක cos නෙමෙයිද ගන්න ඕනේ. Point A එක නේද ගන්න කියලා තියෙන්නේ. Which one? Point A. Which question is it? දෙකම එකයි. Okay, then no problem. If you got the correct answer, sure, then okay. Ahmed, you understood? Fine, right? Goodbye, Keshan. Kinda yes, but no, bro. I'm gonna show you something I can't because it's recording. Now, have the tute by yourself and do the questions back again. Just yourself, without going through the. Not kinda yes, but no, the equation is not clear. Which equation you mean? You put a text, we'll discuss this. You have the tute, right? You go through the questions and you did earlier. Did I do this earlier? We'll discuss it. Right. Make a off kan. Inna cover it. Tell the class is over. So did you grab a few things? Come on. Yes. Recording මේගොල්ලන් ඉල්ල ගන්න වෙන්නේ. Right, did you grab a few things? Yeah. Did you grab a few things? New? A lot, right? Improved? Hopefully, yes. So do it back again by yourself alone without looking the recording, and the vice path will provide the recording. I'm not the one to provide the recording.